If the group will remember, we're not in a session. We're going to go over existing issues. I'm just going to do a quick check, Madam Chair, that we are live. All right, Madam Chair, we're live. If you'd like to start.
Okay, let's call this meeting to order. It's 12:07, December 16th. We'll do a roll call. I'm here, Shannon Murphy.
Christopher Cruz.
Jack.
Marilyn Borja.
So that's a quorum,
Yes.
correct? Yes. Okay, so let's look at the minutes. We have a chance to look at them. All the minutes. See how those. It's.
You know, one thing, Madam Chair, that I was going to recommend, and the staff will do this one. Fix the formatting, so you notice that it comes off at the bottom.
Oh, the page is a little.
Yeah.
We didn't use the 8:4 setting instead of. I always do that too. Okay.
I make a motion to adopt the minutes from our November 30th session, subject to just ensuring that the minutes are complete on paper, as noted by our director.
Second.
Second,
Second.
all in favor, say aye.
I
Aye. Anybody opposed? No? Okay, the motion carries. Next.
so unanimous decision.
Unanimous decision. All right, now we're gonna move on to the executive director's report.
Thank you, Madam Chair. We've only had 2 weeks since the last commission meeting, so I just have a couple of things to report. First, for the 2023 ethics training calendar, I understand we sent out an enterprise-wide memo to all the agency heads, advising them that first, the online learning platform is live and available. So although that was developed with employees that perform shipboard in mind, I think we reiterated that this is available to all employees if they wish to pursue that online learning. We are still offering live sessions, so we sent out a calendar with that memo, and we're offering 2 sessions a month. We were able to secure 3 attorneys to conduct the workshops on behalf of the commission, with our first workshop scheduled for December 20th. So it's only been a day since we opened up registration, and the first class is already almost full. So it's looking good. A lot of agencies have.
What were the attorneys that you?
We secured attorney Vanessa Williams, attorney Vince Camacho, and attorney Joe McDonald.
Okay.
Then the second presentation that I want to share is the establishment of the Technical Professional Ethics Commission staff. So after submitting our packet to the Department of Administration, they started their review process. And then the question was posed to us. So if you look within the budget request, and I know this is going to come in later on, but you'll see towards the end of the budget request is a draft organizational structure.
Is this under new business?
Yes, it would make business. But I only wanted to reference the org structure as I shared this note. So DOA came back and asked after just their brief review for us to consider the type of positions that we felt necessary for the commission. And so if I could just share what that looks like, it's this page.
The last. Oh, okay.
So it's a page of the new business under the budget. There. Before the evaluation.
Before the email. Okay.
Before the email.
Yes. Better new business. No business.
There you
Well,
go.
we can share it on chat, but I'm sure it's.
Alright.
Yeah.
So, what we were thinking is that the series would be an ethics investigation and compliance officer. That we would have an entry level, second year, third year, and then a senior level. And then a chief officer to oversee the two aspects. So you'll find that those positions were divided into two groups depending on the type of work that's involved, whether one is on an emphasis for administrative work or the other an emphasis on purchasing and other functions of the office. So DOA was saying, well, have you considered how civil service outlines their position? So civil service, rather than bifurcating those positions into two aspects, they just have a legal division where they retain an attorney. And then they have their personal management division where they have a personal management analyst, 1, 2, 3, and then their administrator.
This is a lot of new positions, right?
It's just to show the series how it would fill out.
Yes.
Yes, so this was made considering how civil service is built out. To say we met the same level of demand than what would be a full office complement look like. Anyway, back to DOA's conversation, they said, well, consider the personnel management series, and that may be 1, 2, and maybe 3 could report to the chief, and then it would eliminate the need for a senior officer.
Yeah.
And so I thought that was fine. It just depends, of course, if we needed a mid-level manager before we got to the division head and then the director's position. But if our organization is just starting out, I mean, I'm just open to your thoughts. If you thought we wanted to pursue just creating the ethics investigation compliance officer series 1, 2, 3, a chief to oversee that function. And then the director would be the operational head over the division chief.
So currently we have you, and
Yes,
then who's the administrative officer?
we don't have
We
these
don't have-
positions. for-
Oh, okay.
So because of the budget constraints, we only have a director and 2 program coordinators. So the idea is once DOA does their part and we can present to the commission, here are the new positions that DOA has been able to vet and classify. Then we're going to announce recruitment of those positions that are tailored to the commission. And the idea is that the existing staff would have to fit into
One of
those
these.
positions, yes.
So the ethics investigation compliance officer would be the person that's in charge of all investigations.
Correct, yeah. So as the name suggests, the investigation and compliance are the 2 main aspects of our work. Investigation is related to complaints that are filed with the office, while compliance might be ethics training and ensuring that the agencies are complying with that mandate. So it's
So that
sort of like a catch-all.
training as well.
That's right.
Yeah.
So these position descriptions included job details that say you must be able to investigate cases, you must be able to handle even training and coordinating those types of projects. So DOA just wondering, personnel management analysts are more aligned in that sense. And so I think the first question was, so do we agree with them that we should eliminate the senior first level supervisor position? And then the second question is, well, once we know what the positions we wish to create, would we want to just stick to the personnel management structure that civil service has as an example or as a model? Or do we see ourselves a little bit more special or distinct than civil service?
And I'm thinking the administrative officer kind of serves as that personnel person too, right?
Yeah, the idea, I think I wrote it in the budget request, but the admin officer and assistant will primarily be responsible for the issuance of memos, as well as budgeting. So they're managing what is the total physical resource available to the commission and ensuring that the rest of the functions like personnel costs and operational costs are met within the budget ceiling that we have rather than going.
You're gonna have to go and write up job descriptions for each person and
We did,
graded.
yes.
Oh, okay, wow, you guys are on top of it.
So that's what DOA was reviewing already, and they sent an email just this morning saying. We're already starting to review, we thought maybe you want to be more aligned with
Well,
civil
Yeah.
service. But
we
I
don't
guess
have to. They're just-
we don't have to, right, it's just food for thought, but I can see. I think initially, I can agree with having just the chief as the administrator.
Yeah,
As well as series 1, 2, 3. And then eventually, if the organization continues to grow. And we find that there is a need for that first level supervisor, then we could reintroduce that request. And go through the process to establish those positions.
To establish the senior ethics investigation and compliance officer. Those two.
That's right.
Yeah.
The idea
What
is,
would there be there be a distinction of function between the two seniors? For
no, just
example?
that they have, I think eventually there would be.
Okay.
Because there are about 6 or 7 different statutes that would pose as matters of jurisdiction for the commission. So we had a particular case that revolved around, say, conflicts of interest as an idea. Then perhaps that would fall under one specific division, one specific senior in their team to handle the investigation.
Okay.
So rather than having everyone do all 7, then they're kind of refined to say, is the complaint
oh,
right related to
doing-
this?
yeah, conflicts of interest. and you're doing-
So that
Yeah.
their cross-training would be a lot more defined to say that the capacity we're building for team A is gonna be these 3 areas of jurisdiction, which they should be experts in what would pose as a conflict of interest or what would pose as a violation of financial disclosures, et cetera, as examples. But I think we're not losing the senior altogether. Technically, the ethics investigation and compliance officer 3 is a senior position. So you would not obtain that 3 unless you've had years of experience as a 1 or 2.
I mean, right now, we're farming these ethics and investigations out to attorneys, right?
Yes, the attorneys offer some assistance where they're developing the scope and then we can define what type of work the staff can get involved in. So the scope is, here are a list of things that we want to inspect. These are the documents we are seeking. Then the team can go out there and serve and retrieve those documents to bring back for an examination. But eventually, we'd like to see, like civil service, we'd have a legal bureau. And then our ethics investigation bureau, and that they work hand in hand, feeding each other. What exactly is the task, and then the team will be issued to respond.
I guess maybe what Shannon's trying to ask, and correct me if I'm wrong, Shannon, is where do our current investigators fall as far as the org chart is, at least as presented? Where would they fall? Would they be considered chief ethics investigation officers or?
Technically,
Or
our
separate
separate staff.
No, I'm talking about our attorney.
Attorneys.
Oh, our attorneys, so
Or
yeah, they're separate. I think that they essentially make up the legal arm of the commission. And so the work you're seeing here, I can expand that out a little bit more, so you see that this is operational, and then we have
Oh,
a legal.
So there'll always still be a need for them, for example, for us to retain them. As well as to retain Attorney Joe.
Yes, absolutely, and in fact,
Okay.
I would put that out here. I mean, obviously, we have attorneys on contract because we want to establish what is the level of demand. But ideally, you'd want to have a full-time attorney. On
Oh, yeah,
staff.
yeah.
And we can incorporate that, so that might be adjacent to the administrative officer, under the executive director, you have a staff attorney and then a chief. And so they each are in their specific areas.
Do you think that does, the caseloads are gonna warrant that, having an enforcement attorney?
Eventually,
Eventually.
it might.
Yeah,
Yeah, but I think we have a really good system in place currently where we say, we'll give you an amount and then we'll work towards that budget ceiling. If it requires that we go higher than that, then at least we have evidence to support why we're retaining a full-time attorney, because it's more cost efficient for the government
yeah,
to do that than to go out the contract.
because for me, I would like to see you guys stay small and tight, where
Yes.
you're not having too many employees and just like, but I don't know. We were saying that if we get everybody trained in the government with the ethics training, that they would even have less complaints, because people know more about what's expected of them or what they can't do.
Right.
And then they would, like, not do it.
Right, and to that point, Madam Chair, so I know we kind of use civil service as an example a lot here, but they do. Also have close ties to, I think, the idea you had in mind. Right now, they have a personnel management administrator and then a personal management analyst 3 and 2. So they're not recruiting a PM1. The same here, we're going to establish these positions, but eventually the commission can look and say, well, what would be the org structure? And if it is the desire of the commission down the road to have additional staff, we're essentially, what we're doing right now is just creating the positions to be available in the event the commission wishes to recruit for that capacity or that level.
Which probably won't be for your,
That's right.
Yeah.
Yeah, but we want to have that ready, so if it is a desire, and currently the team are unclassified. I think a good argument that the commission could have is, we desire to have a workforce that is merit-based, where they apply, if they still apply, they get interviewed, but we want an
to carry
evaluation.
over if there's a new governor,
That's
right?
right, we want to show that it's based on the applicant's capacity or their capabilities. And that's vetted through the civil service system.
Department administration, too, right?
Right.
It's job descriptions.
So do we want to eliminate the senior and then just do the series 1, 2, 3 and the chief?
Under the chief. What do you guys think?
What would it look like if we were to eliminate, at least for the time being, the chief and just stick with the 1, 2, 3 and a senior? For example,
Okay,
I mean, I'm just
Yeah.
thinking out loud, right?
Like-
If,
Is there like a difference in pay?
I mean, I would imagine, right, that we would establish these 1, 2, 3s and then a senior, right? And then have the potential for that senior to become the chief, right?
Yeah.
Instead of going backwards, right, and saying, okay, he's the chief, but he needs probably somebody, that's a mid-level manager, for example.
sure.
And we do have somebody ready to come up and step up and
Yeah.
step into that role,
Yeah,
right? We just don't have the position created. And I mean, if you're looking for us to make a decision on this org chart as is, for example,
yes.
in anticipation for things to come, I'm okay with it, subject to fiscal responsibility, right?
Yeah, absolutely.
And budgetary constraints. That's kind of where I'm at, right? I don't have a problem, kind of supporting, this and
You guys know
if
your
that's
needs.
kind of, yeah, absolutely. I have no problem supporting this, where it falls right now.
Just
And
let
we're
you know,
aligned
like,
there, so
Yeah.
I think to describe it plainly, there's 2 processes here. The first one is just establishing the positions, recruiting for those positions and deciding to fill that. The commission will decide later. We
That's
just
just
want to know
finances,
which
so
positions we want
yeah.
to go through the ringer, get evaluated so that they exist. And
Yeah.
eventually down the road, like I said, we could always decide to recruit just the senior and the series 1, 2, 3, or just the senior, the series 2 and 3. That's a second I think later down the road aspect of the process, but we just wanna know what positions you want us to establish. Not recruit for.
Yeah, I'm just was thinking about when we first started, you guys remember the Civil Service Commission gave us like a model of
That's
what they
right.
got, and it was like $1 million a year. And we're like, we never imagined that we were get to be, and we always thought there was gonna be a smaller. But anyways, they had developed all those positions and, you know, those job descriptions. Did I give it to you? I did,
Yes,
right?
yes.
Okay.
So, I mean, it's not really a formal action, I think, general direction that you want me to take.
Yeah.
I'm just sharing, because it was news we received just this morning. And so while we're assembled and
Yeah.
gathering, it'd be
Makes
good to
sense.
know, your feelings towards that, so.
Yeah, I mean, I'm just in favor of starting small, like what you've done this year, and you guys are developing the whole process that you've done. And then as we need it, we can, but what you're saying is we need to develop these. So that when they are needed, we'll be
Yes.
ready to go.
That's right.
Okay,
Yeah.
I like that.
I'm gonna go with that.
Okay, so we'll proceed with the plan to just have those positions established. I mean, like what we've done in the past for recruitment, typically that process includes me reaching out and asking the board to approve opening the position and this is the pay. And then we have a period of announcement and then afterwards interviews, right? So if we won't deviate from that process, we just want, I think, early on to know that those positions exist in the government and that they are going to be merit-based recruitment.
Okay.
And then, the budget, I think, is the final part of my report. And so there's no major changes here, but you will see what funds we continue to have available.
Is this supposed to be 2022 and 2023? On the bill?
No, it's 23, because we're in fiscal year 23. right
Yeah, but the first line, 2021.
Oh, we didn't get a continuing appropriation for the 22 budget,
No,
only the 21, so
still. we
those
will
funds
have-
remain available to us until fully expended.
Okay,
Yeah.
are we gonna get the 2022?
We returned $3, so we used up the whole budget.
Got to be nice.
We're helping the government out a little bit, but
That's amazing.
I think part of that too is we recognized early on. I think the commission continues to request for budgets surrounding like 470,000.
Mhm.
In 2022, the appropriation level was 267,000. So it's no surprise that we would use up to that amount. I mean, that was essentially the rhyme or reason why we charged the ethics training fee, because we knew that wasn't sufficient to meet the operational need. But we're hopeful eventually the government will have enough resources to fully support the commission. And then we will be less dependent on the fees and we believe that, but yeah, we'll have that full discussion underneath this is on the
Okay.
budget presentation. So any questions on the director support that I might be able to answer? So then that will conclude the director's report. Madam Chair.
Okay, thank you so much for that. Next, old business. Commission back to the following cases.
I'm sorry, do we need a motion to move on?
We wouldn't, so as Madam Chair, I mean, I'm looking at the old business and I understand 5 votes is required for any action in the case. So since we just have 4 members present, can I request that we set aside old business and entertain the new business first?
That doesn't require a super majority.
Right.
If you're not gonna vote, we're just gonna hear it, right?
Actually, only the cases require this for majority 5 members.
Okay.
But all other business we can be decided with 4 members, because that constitutes a quorum. So if I could ask, that might be a motion to set aside matters under old business and to go under new business first.
Can I hear a motion? Move past old business and move on to
Yeah.
new business.
I second.
Okay, everybody in favor?
Aye.
Aye, okay, anybody opposed? No? Okay, the motion carries.
With the unanimous vote.
Unanimous vote.
All right, thank you, Madam Chair. So we're very pleased to share the fiscal year 2024 budget requests. And there is one particular form that you can pay attention to, which will give you in just the summary
Okay.
of the full request. And that would be your budget digest. And it looks like this, it's a table.
In this.
Under new business.
Is it this one?
Yes, that's the correct.
Okay,
It's a couple pages in there. Yes.
there it is. Okay.
Yeah.
So, I'm presenting two scenarios for the commission.
This is for next fiscal year.
That's right.
Okay,
So
you have
it
to
would-
get it ready now, yeah.
I feel like we just passed the budget
And
and
here we
we're
are.
here to discuss the next year. So, there are two scenarios that I'm presenting to the commission with for consideration. The first scenario, would be funding for just the three positions that currently exist and our operational need. Our request would be $474,700, which is equal to the full request the commission approved last fiscal year. To give insight, instead the legislature appropriated $355,275, but did give authorization for the commission to utilize funds in the government ethics fund. So our training fees were given as a way to augment the operational shortfall.
How much was that?
It came out to $120,000 that we're using on the trade,
Okay.
right, the
Yeah.
kinds of fees account. So the first option is we can request a similar budget to what was requested last year at $474,000. And that would mean the obligation costs for personnel, as well as COBO travel for 3. And then the following contractual obligations, which you'll find on the revised 96A. And essentially, these are just what we need to get through. This is continuing our copier lease, our legal contract, prosecutorial contract, our video subscription, video conferencing rather subscription, the website maintenance, COBO membership fees. Commissioner Cruz, what's this page? And then for supplies, we were requesting to purchase folders, envelopes, and certificates. So what we're finding is more agencies are wanting printed certificates.
Wonder why.
Just the new. Property. Yes, we started as Commissioner Tykenko. I can WhatsApp you the. Or I could put you on speaker if you want to just. Okay, great. So, sorry, commissioners, this Commissioner Tykenko on speakerphone.
I mean,
Welcome home.
Okay, so back to what I was sharing. So the supplies are folders, envelopes, certificates, and yes, we were getting requests by agencies to provide them with hard copy certificates. We
Up
wish-
their fee. $5.
So we wish to just keep them virtual. I mean, in most cases, you would think agencies just needed the digital file for their
They can print
records.
their own.
Sure, but in any case, we will accommodate, and I am including it in the budget request for 2024. We completed 2,600 personnel trained in last fiscal year. So I'm budgeting 3,000 certificates for the upcoming fiscal year. And then under miscellaneous, we do, of course, need to advertise the meeting, so that price is indicated there. stipends with the assumption that the commission meets once a month. And procurement training for the remaining modules not yet attained with the new staff member, Ruben. We are asked to support the AS400 user accounts. This gives us access to payroll and our budget accounts. And then postage for ethics complaint communications. We had just sent out the actions taken by the commission at the last meeting. And the cost is $8+ per certificate, per letter. To get them to sign back. They're actually, no, they're just standard letters. We found that it is actually cheaper that we could do it online. And we're able to print the stamp on our copier. But DOA has no process to pay USPS online. And that's gonna be a point, I think, for a later conversation. I had requested for us to pay upfront and get reimbursed, but that again is not supported by the SOPs, so they're not. They, I think, very plainly said, Jesse, you cannot reimburse yourself.
So it's certified mail.
Mm.
You're using with a signature, receipt signature
Yes.
required.
Yes. And that's, I think, attributed to the timelines. So for the cases that we issued to proceed, there's a 15-day period that they're asked to respond back to the commissioner to write that. And in order to determine what is that start time, when does the clock start? It would be good to know when they receive that letter. So that's why we're investing in the certified mail with a return receipt.
Yeah, I was thinking that you guys could just drive over there and put it in. But someone can run on here fine, right?
Yeah. And I mean, oftentimes receiving a letter might be less, well, I guess intimidating than
Yeah.
had the personnel showed up to your door and served you. I mean.
Oh, yeah, no, I
Right.
don't. I'm not a proponent of hand delivering. Especially, you know,
Bad news.
those types of communications, yeah.
Sure, yeah,
I
so,
think we cover ourselves when we use certified mail, so.
right. So eventually, I think we do have ideas, but just so that the commission is aware.
Yeah.
I am including a request. There are going to be multiple letters sent for one case, so the letters we recently sent, if it were to proceed. That is just the initial round of the commission looked into it. We thought there might be something, let us know. And then we do send out 2-3 letters subsequent to that. If that case is decided to move along that process, so 500 is a good
Yeah.
estimate, I think. And then when you go back to the mini budget digest, the other things that you didn't see there is our lease amount is included, and then our telephone internet service. So scenario 2 is reflected there at 585,000. So scenario 2 is if the commission desires to request for the filling of the 2 vacant positions that currently exist. So we have 2 ethics program coordinators in addition to the 2 that are currently on staff. They separated from the agency, and in order to stay afloat, we didn't pursue announcing those positions again and recruiting for them. So they remain vacant in order for us to meet our obligations. But if the commission wants to present a budget request that includes funding those positions, I provided that in the final amount.
How about for IT? I know we had to pay for the website maintenance,
Yes.
but how about for which you were having Robert do? Are we down with them now?
Essentially, yes, once
Yeah.
the equipment is installed, we do retain them for a period of a year where they're able to come out and provide technical support, but with the type of work that we perform, there's not much job duties day to day that are. I
Plus
think
you
we're
guys are
just,
pretty tech savvy.
yes,
So you
yes.
can handle it, yeah.
So we generally want someone that's able to handle what is the largest load, which is the complaints as well as the trainings. and coordinating those on behalf of the commission. So that would be the budget request. The deadline is technically January. But I wanted to include this. BBMR sent us a letter that they're preparing the executive budget request, and I'd like to give them an idea of what the commission's asking for. So in the event they decide that there's room to increase within their executive budget request, that it would be reflected appropriately then for it to be an unknown, but those
Some
are
of the
two
things too that we had this past year. We're paying to have the website developed.
yes.
We had to pay UOG. We're not doing that now. So we actually went down on several things, right? Or we will by the time we get to this budget. Anything else? She goes ahead to have her. Rent's gonna stay the same.
Yes, it'll stay the same at least until 2027.
All right. That's good. Looks like they're doing a lot of renovations in the building. It's nice. Yeah. And the air conditioning works. Okay,
Very
good.
good for that.
Yes.
So again,
So this one, you're only proposing to fill the 2 vacant positions, not to add on any additional positions, is that?
that's correct.
How I'm reading this?
That's correct. So, the total amount here, and I apologize, it's small bit for me, but $585,473 would be if the commission wants to present a budget request that includes funding the 2 vacant program coordinator positions. If it didn't want to, then that amount would change to $474,843 for status quo with existing personnel and meeting all the other contractual obligations.
Well, how do you guys feel about that? I mean, do you feel like we need 2 more people right now, or you wanna wait? Give it a little time? I know you wanna have it in here just in case you need it, because we don't really know how much are. I mean, you can
Yeah.
figure out the training part, because you did it all year, so you kind of know how many more people to be trained. And everybody has to be trained how many years?
Every 4 years.
4 years, so and we already trained how much percentage of the government?
Nearing 40%.
40%, so we're probably at another 40% this year, so
Yes.
that'll be about the same, except for that we're not using UOG facilities.
Right. Yeah.
So,
I can go either way. I suppose we've been managing really well, and I do get the sense that sometimes it really depends on how strongly the commission believes it needs to recruit for those positions. I'm prepared to defend this request, whether it's adopted either way, but I do know we need 474,000 for status quo.
Yeah.
Right. And if not, and we wanted to increase by adding the 2 vacant positions be filled, then that amount is 585,000.
No, I mean, we've seen a pretty big, well, we've had to dispose of a lot of cases recently, and I know that, I know that there's a lot of work in the background for that, right? So I'm gonna leave it up to you, Director, to gauge the workload of you and your staff accordingly, right? And to be ready to make decisions that ultimately affect the health and well-being of yourselves, right? Here, and to obviously to ensure compliance
Yeah.
and to ensure that our operations obviously are not sacrificed with falter, right? So that's really my take, on the employee issue. I know that there were 3 program coordinators, at least that I can remember. I don't
Yeah.
believe there was ever 4, right?
No.
Yes, in the summer.
Was there? Oh,
there's
summer. Okay, all right. So,
That guy that we had.
And he did the study.
right. Okay.
Perception study.
Do you see any need for staff right now? Or you just want to be, you read and we have the budget in case we do.
I mean, like I said, I'm prepared to defend whichever requests. You know, fortunately, we've been rather prudent all
Yeah.
throughout the
Yeah.
process. That's why we're, you know, I don't have to stand before you and say we're in bad financial shape.
Have no money.
Right, and we're negative, and I
Yeah.
gotta go ask for a supplemental budget, so, it depends, I mean, I can see this being where we might grow the number of complaints we receive, maybe it doubles.
Well,
And then
yeah, once
instead of,
people start knowing more about it and the
Right,
who have, you know, gone through the process, talked to other people, there could be more coming in.
yeah,
Could be,
it could
we don't
be,
know.
and, I mean, if the commission feels that we can request a status quo with the opportunity to audit what is next year's performance. And if in fact it does grow, then at least we have evidence to support that our cases are growing. Because we really just started accepting cases in March,
Yeah,
and so we didn't even have a full year to
Gauge.
review, right,
Yeah.
to gauge what that level of expectation is. So
There.
like I said,
May, give us your thoughts.
I'm here listening and I'm, you know, I guess my logic is that I think it's always good to budget for it. You know, every year or since we've started, we keep expanding. So for me, I am in favor of going ahead and budgeting for it, just hearing Jesse and the team. You know, I appreciate that they've been working with what they have, but I'm in favor of including that in the budget.
I agree with
You agree?
Yeah,
How about you, May? She there?
she's still on the line.
Yes.
Meg,
I'm jumping in the elevator.
okay,
Okay.
we'll see in a bit.
Yeah,
So. I mean, there's not much, maybe if the staff wanted to contribute their points.
yeah, how
Since
do you
the
get
commissioners
feel? You feel overwhelmed with work?
I think for me, it was just, you know, unfortunately, that situation when my father passed away.
Yeah.
I felt really terrible leaving
Me
these two
too.
surgery movement to handle. I mean, thank goodness we weren't doing trainings at the time, but I think it was gonna be a lot crazy if it was just the two of them managing that. And sometimes unforeseen circumstances, you know, it's not something desirable, but
Yeah.
it's something to consider to think about. So yeah, just little situations like that. Yeah,
There's a lot to do with the training. I mean, you have to coordinate things and
plus we have to be out of
then you have to be
sight.
there.
Yeah.
And then you have to
Yeah.
issue the certificates and
Right.
the reports.
And sometimes there's two of us that come and there's no coverage in the office, so it's good
Might
to
be
have,
good.
yeah,
Yeah.
to have an extra body. It's always good.
Hi. Can you sit anywhere? You can sit anywhere you want.
You know,
Did you hear what we were talking about?
Yes.
About whether we should budget for another one or two people?
Yeah,
Yeah.
and he'll stand by it and go, no, I know.
No more people?
No, but you said that you back it up and everything, and I
yeah,
I
would
agree,
defend
I just
it.
know how you guys are doing. your
It
work. And
doesn't mean you
after
have
the
to hire
conference-
somebody, but it's to have a budget if you need it.
and after the conference, we learned a lot, so it was,
Want to hear about it.
yeah, so, you know, other ideas and things that we can implement, stuff like that, so you'll need the extra people. And that way also we can make sure people we hire have the skills that we actually need, so we're not,
Yeah,
you know, and one of the big ones I saw there was to a certain extent of like some marketing, PR kind of stuff or whatever, you know, or somebody who
Yeah,
knows.
social media. We're
A
talking
little
about
bit
that.
media, but training, you know, what do you call it, electronic? Not website stuff, but I guess just marketing and whatever, but setting up the training, how we can do different things, so things could be hybrid to a certain extent.
Yeah.
Good.
Good. I was thinking about, I think by the summer, we would be able to, if we were able to hire, someone to come back and do some analysis for us to look at all the complaints, where do they fall? Why don't they need, do we need to ask the senators to change the law? Because they have asked us that at the beginning.
Right.
You know, like, do we need to?
Expand our scope.
Scope, yeah, because right now it's, yeah, because that law was written so long ago that, you know, 13%,
Yeah,
right?
but part of it is also like what's, what's the difference right and wrong? Because a lot of the sessions, you could also hear what people were, the kind of cases that were being brought to that.
Yeah,
board,
so we could do an analysis of that and then see if we. What's that?
We're required by statute to prepare an analysis.
Really?
Yeah, and then we've already started to pick out.
You guys are way ahead of us.
Things that are
Yeah.
more often. than-
Oh, that's good. Yeah.
But driving back to Pam's point, I mean, from that perspective, yes, I agree. When we do have such a lean team, one person being absent really does disrupt our capacity. And two people absent severely handicaps our capacity, so.
Yeah,
I think even if it means requesting for the funding of two positions, but maybe only recruiting for one. Might serve as a benefit to us, so that in the event, the two team members need to go out and let's say be offsite to conduct these workshops. That we have someone available to support the continual operation of the office while.
so we don't
that
slow
happens.
down.
Yeah, but we never,
Yeah.
but I think to a certain extent, I mean, business period, you never really budget for the worst case scenario.
Yeah.
Right, because,
We're not,
There's other things in place.
scenario situation right now with the government.
no, but
Yeah,
what I'm
no.
saying is, but what I'm saying is like, one person versus two person or whatever. It's like, we don't wanna like.
Well,
you know,
no,
necessarily-
actually, we already have 5 FTEs. but-
Yeah, exactly.
Right now.
That was our budget anyways.
Yeah, so recruitment is separate from what we already budgeted, right? And
Yeah.
and adding more FTEs is separate from what we're talking about,
Okay.
right? So,
Yes, yes, it is. It's.
so let's
existing
keep the
position.
5 FTEs.
Okay.
And like, as I think we all,
Yeah.
are feeling,
Right,
you gauge, when you need to recruit somebody, right? And if
Right.
you need to do that yesterday, start doing that, right? Before, Pam, were you finished? I'm sorry, were you finished?
Oh, yes.
Yeah, Ruben, did you want to share?
Just piggybacking on Sir's point, we do have a lead team, but every year we keep hitting on goals and we're reaching for more. So I foresee the work to evolve and grow, and having two more people or even one will definitely help us achieve those goals that we want to reach.
Good to hear.
And you, Director, did you want to share anything?
I
else?
support the team. I mean, and I support the commissioners, so my role here is just the biggest support.
Yes, man. Yes, man.
If that's the case, and it sounds like, I appreciate the dialogue. I think we've kind of derived at a decision, so I'm prepared to defend the requests if ever, we get summons in the legislature, but the amount then that I will ask the commission to approve is a budget request of $585,473.
Okay,
So moved.
seconded. Anybody? Okay, everybody in favor?
Discussion.
Or discussion?
Yeah,
Any discussion? I did a lot of discussion, right?
No,
Okay. Okay, everybody approved? Yes.
Aye.
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 Aye. Anybody opposed? No. And motion carries and a unanimous vote. Hey, I did it right. Okay,
So the next on the agenda, I'm sure, was the crazy executive director's evaluation.
see?
I can't imagine it's been a year
No,
since we did this, but
you were hired in January, right?
yes, yes.
So-
yes. So what we're presenting for the commission's review and action. Obviously, I lead with what have been the goals established by the commission and what has been our level of achievement. So you'll find that right after
Page
the
2.
budget, it's under.
The status is what you've done.
That's correct.
Okay,
Right, so if I could just share and expound on that. For the first goal, which was to establish a procedure for the commission to receive and adjudicate complaints against public officials. We did successfully issue and award 2 professional contracts, which provide the commission with a general legal counsel and prosecutor for the adjudication to begin. In March, we opened the process and we have nearly 40 cases filed before the end of the calendar year. And the commission brought closure to over 24 cases before years. The second goal was to secure adequate proper resources for the commission to conduct those hearings regarding the standard of conduct. And the accomplishment was securing a 33% increase in local appropriation from the previous year. And also obtaining legislative authorization for the second year in a row for the commission to utilize funds in the government ethics special fund. This authorization helps the commission satisfy our unmet need experience from the lack of general appropriation funding. The third goal was to promulgate administrative rules that details the specific mandates of the commission and the process for how complaints move through the commission procedurally. And that was again another success, and the filed draft administrative rules were approved by the commission at its September meeting. We then sent this out to OHE and the governor's office for approval, but I just wanted to emphasize that in order to obtain those rules, we did add on to that goal a study. So we have now government and Guam perception survey that helped tailor made those rules, so it wasn't something drawn in the dark.
Yeah.
The fourth goal was to conduct workshops for all government and Guam employees to ensure compliance. Again, this was a milestone we reported in October. We conducted a total of 45 workshops and trained a total of 2,613 employees last year, which is a substantial increase to the previous year. We conducted 7 workshops and trained about 300 employees. So with that accomplishment and with an anticipated goal of meeting that amount or at least equal to that amount, we're still on track to getting full compliance as mandated by public law 3625. In addition, October, we launched the online learning platform, which was a big goal for the commission, which allows now for every employee, every opportunity to get ethics training rather than waiting for a live workshop to be scheduled.
Yeah, has anybody completed? Anyone completed
did.
online? How many?
Even while it was being beta tested,
Oh, wow.
someone went
Yeah.
Every day they're checking online, Guam ethics training.
Yes, that was,
Right.
it brought a smile to our faces as well. We, the development team sent us an email saying, we finished the last module, which was a reporting module. We asked them to give us at the end of every month a report on all the workshops that were done online. And that includes data that's solicited on registration, right? That helps us determine and update the agencies like, dear so-and-so, here are the following employees that initiated, completed the training online. So that module is now live and we're gonna get our first report the start of next year.
Take the class.
Yeah,
I'm gonna wait till I'm required to.
which I think is next year.
Yeah, that's on the record.
It's next year, by the way.
Just track it.
It's next year. It is.
Well, you know what, my question is, and I, maybe it's incorrect, but do you guys have, do they have to test out at all?
For the online module, there are questions that are presented at the closing of each module. So there's 3 parts to this training, and at the end of each part, there are questions that they have to answer. And based on their responses, then that's where we determine, yes, you fulfilled it, or no, you should probably go through that training.
Okay. Okay, yeah, because, I mean, I know what I used to do sometimes in some of that online learning. As the answers or.
We anticipate all types of participants and
Yeah.
what other activities. We even went as far as if you are on the learning platform and you deviate to a different tab, the training stops. And And you won't be able to build the video module until you go back and you're actively on that page.
Yeah,
Listening to presentation.
And then
So
there's,
we
is
talked
there a
about-
quiz at the end?
Yes,
yeah, and that's, yeah. No, and I just know after, through COVID and doing a lot of the online stuff, it really is good, but to a certain extent, you also gotta keep people's attention.
yes,
And, when people are going all the time, it's hard for them to slow down enough to,
right,
to wanna give the time, yeah.
Yeah.
right.
But
So it's the
so-
same or similar standard as a face-to-face training.
I think in some aspect, it's a little bit more of a requirement than if you attended the live session. Because the live session, those questions are posed carte blanche, like to everybody, and then you just kind of respond.
Yeah.
But
Your
that's the good
attendance.
thing about it is that.
A lot of times you get the interaction,
Right,
yeah,
right.
discussion and stuff.
But if it's just you and there's no back and forth with an instructor,
Yeah.
that's the only way we're able to gauge that they're retaining the information they're being shared.
But we were also talking about that, like, depending on how people start answering the questions, we can track that. So it's like, are we not getting the information? Are we not saying it correctly or succinctly enough, whatever, people understand?
Right.
Needs number one. And then, anyways, I know that was one of them. And,
But I think you should change the test every.
oh yeah, you can
We
move
can
questions
do
around.
that,
and
yeah.
things
Just
like
change
that.
it so that.
But I'm sharing like our goals and how.
Oh, okay.
Sorry. So, and on a final point, but I do appreciate it. I mean, setting more goals. I'm like,
Write down.
Wait. 'Cause
You actually have to feed the year.
the final point is that for the second year in a row, we've successfully reported 100% compliance from agencies in submitting their ethics training compliance report. And of course, all these reports remain available, I tried to turn it off, but I think we.
Yeah. Oh, you're.
I think we have plugged
Oh, it went.
yeah, I was trying to turn off the lock, but the battery won't stop. My final point was on the training report, all these again remain available on our website, so you wouldn't even have to register any information. Generally, anyone can visit the page and download these reports if they're looking for them. Okay, and then the final goal, because if you recall at our last strategic retreat, it was like promulgate the rules, get complaints, and then the final one was like personnel. Let's see what kind of org structure we can establish. So that was done and is now with DOA to perform their function of evaluating these positions we intend to recruit for and assigning the big. So those are the main accomplishments, and then you get into the performance measures. Again, you are to score between 1 to 5 on each of the criteria. And thankfully, you're familiar with this, so it shouldn't take a lot to get through.
When did you back by?
That's up to the commission, so if you wanted to evaluate these while we're doing this now. Or we could set a time for January, but
I would probably, can we just do it for like by next week of certain time, like next week Friday or next week Thursday? Just because there's a couple commissioners that aren't on today.
yeah. I mean, if that's the case, so the reason why it's either performing it now or in the next meeting is because we're not meeting till January. So in order for the commission to dispose of it, it's either at occurring meeting, which is now, or we could announce it again in January. But just that,
Yeah.
but again, that's up to
So we
you.
have to put something on performance.
That's right.
Okay.
And then you could decide, because it's really just attributed again to pay evaluation as well, so it really is. I'm not gonna touch that, you guys can decide if you wanna do it now or do
So
it.
it's just Marilyn's on.
She's
right?
there, yeah.
She's over there somewhere. Okay.
I'm here.
We're gonna say it's right here. You.
I'm
You're
sorry.
allowed to Make the decision because you're online.
Okay.
The-
Do you
the-
want, what do you think? Do you want to do the evaluation now? While we're in
We need to
session?
do our own.
Or do you want us to wait.
I think-
turn it in
I-
by
I like the way we did it I like the way we did it last time, Jesse, where
Yeah.
you sent the packet to us and then we had to submit it at a certain time and then that, can we not, I mean, I don't know, that's my,
This is for the full year, January through December this
Yeah,
year.
yeah.
Calendar year. It's like the way, I like to think about it more, you know.
Yeah. So we give you a feedback.
Yeah.
Okay,
Sounds good.
good job, Marilyn.
thanks,
So
guys.
That's good. That makes me feel a lot more comfortable, because if we had another conversation about pay.
No, I'm ready to go now.
No,
Yes,
no,
yes,
we
yes,
could do
yes.
it, we could do it January. Yep.
I mean, I am.
Chris.
I'm gonna leave it up to the commissioners, but it's
Yeah,
here.
we'll wait till next,
Yeah,
we'll turn it in by next.
yes, I think we'll
By next
give,
meeting.
For parents, they need to
Yeah,
deliberative.
yes,
I agree.
I appreciate that. I feel better, so that will be sent via email, and you can have one copy electronic that you can manipulate and
Okay.
put your scores there.
Yeah.
Then, like what we did last year, the staff will take the lead in disseminating that and collecting it.
Okay,
We'll compile the results and then share that at the next meeting in January. And then with the expectation that you're gonna take the two actions, the vote to retain or dismiss the director and this question on the compensation. That's it for the director's evaluation.
all right, and then we just have the commission's board membership training education program.
Yes, so Madam Chair, if I can request, now that 5 members are present,
Yeah,
if we could table letter C and then go back to old business
okay,
to dispense of the 2 cases.
I was gonna ask that. Okay.
is that a private thing or?
No, it would be similar to what was conducted last round where Ruben would read into the record what the case number is and the action. And then there would be a motion, a second, and then a discussion for the vote. Madam Chair, I believe. we have
That's
a
correct,
copy of-
right?
Yes.
Okay, so go ahead and start. Okay. First case, the commission here is ethics commission, case 20.
Apologies, Madam Chair.
Oh,
If we could just procedurally entertain a motion to move back into old business.
Motion to go back to old business.
Second.
Now that we're five.
everybody,
We got a second.
favor? Yes.
I,
Anybody? No. Okay, then that motion is passed
yeah.
unanimously. Be the next one.
Let you.
Okay, we're in the old business now. We're gonna act on the following. On 2 cases. The first one will be ethics 22-020-OT-203. Can the staff please read the draft order?
Thank you, Madam Chair. On August 31st, 2022, this matter came before the Guam Ethics Commission, who, after a review of the complaint, found by majority vote the commission does not have jurisdiction to prosecute this matter. Therefore, it is hereby ordered that Guam Ethics Case Number ETH-22-020-OT-203 shall be dismissed, and all records and deliberations relating to the complaint herein shall remain confidential pursuant to 4 GCA 15401 B and C.
Is there a motion to adopt the draft order on this case?
A motion to dismiss. Okay.
I second.
All right. Is there any further discussion on the motion? Seeing none, all those in favor of the motion to adopt the order of dismissal for ethics 22-020-OT-203, please say aye or raise your hand.
Aye.
All opposed? None? The motion is adopted. Okay, the next case the commission will hear is ethics case unanimously. Doesn't say that on the script. The next case the commission will hear is ethics case 22-034-OT-202. Can staff please give the details of the case?
Thank you, Madam Chair. On November 30, 2022, this matter came before the Guam Ethics Commission, who after a review of the complaint found with majority vote, the commission does not have jurisdiction to prosecute this matter. Therefore, it is hereby ordered that Guam Ethics case number ETH 22 034 OT 202 shall be dismissed and all records and deliberations relating to the complaint herein shall remain confidential pursuant to 4 GCA 15401 BNC.
Is there a motion to adopt the draft order on this case?
So moved.
Is there a second?
I'll second.
Okay, is there any further discussion on this motion? Seeing none, all those in favor of the motion to adopt the order of dismissal for ethics case 22-034 OT 202, please say aye or raise your hand.
I,
Anybody opposed? No, the motion is adopted unanimously.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And now that we're resuming new business, item C, can I request a motion to recess? Or we're waiting for legal to get out of another meeting. And then
Okay,
he'll be present in person to conduct the training. So the motion is to recess for now.
Recess. Motion to recess.
A second.
everybody in favor, say aye.
Aye.
I,
Anyone opposed, say no. Yes, okay, the motion passes unanimously. Okay, we're gonna take a recess,
The time now is 1:13 PM.
1:13 p.m.
okay, recesses until what time?
We're perhaps, he's gonna keep me updated, but I think a good estimate might be 2 PM.
So,
Two.
Yeah,
do you have lunch now or?
yes.
Okay.
So I'm just gonna go ahead and log off and then resume, or if I could, someone can send me a message if it's before
Yeah.
2. Okay,
Yeah, go ahead and log off and we'll send you something, update you.
okay.
Wanna
Okay.
tell me lunch with us?
Okay.
I'm gonna see if I can. Okay, but otherwise I'll be there in person or virtual.
All right.
Thanks, Marlon.
Okay, thank you.
artwork in there.
Yeah. Nice space.
So we,
Mayor, can you hear us?
Now I can. I wasn't hearing you earlier, but I can hear you now. Or did I lose you again?
No, I think.
Okay.
So I don't know if you wanted to wait a few minutes for Meg just to come back. She wanted to just. Yeah. Joe can take it away.
Should I need to call the meeting back?
Yes.
Yeah. Everybody's ready. You ready? Okay. So to call this meeting back into order after a break, and it's now 2:27 p.m. We're gonna move to the Commission Partnership Training Education Program. With Joe.
Well, good afternoon, everybody there in virtual land and to the commissioners. Thank you for having me this afternoon, which December 16th is also my wife's birthday. So
We'll keep you on.
Wish her happy birthday.
she the best thing that ever happened, right?
Oh.
on the record.
Smart man.
So Jesse asked me to prepare a short training, and I'm gonna try to keep it short to some of the most important parts, I think, about running these meetings. And sort of to bring us to a level set on why do we have these meetings and what are the purpose for the agency? Not so much the charge that we have from the ethics commission standpoint, but like what is the agency actually supposed to accomplish and how does it accomplish that? Let's go to the next slide. Okay.
Sorry, I'm so sorry. Is it being shared? I don't see anything if it's being shared.
Yeah, stand by, Mayor. We'll get it shared.
Okay, or if you could just email it, I could follow along.
Okay, we'll do.
We'll just.
Thank you.
Okay, so in prior lives, I used to advise both as private counsel and as in-house counsel, non-government agencies. And when I started working in Guam, which is when I really started to give more advice to government agencies, I realized that there was a big distinction between the way lawyers are give advice for private companies versus public entities. And it's going to be a little off color, but you know, there was this movie a long time ago, and it was one of those comedy movies from the 80s. So, you know, it had a bunch of inappropriate things. I'm a child of the 80s. And one of it was there was a little fight that was going on between these skiers. I forget the name of it, but there was a bunch of skiers, and they got upset at each other, and one guy hit him in the face, hit the other guy in the face with the glove. Remember, that's the medieval
Yeah.
thing, right?
Challenge.
So well, I'll challenge you now, and the other guy says, well, you know, I'll challenge you to the Chinese downhill. What's the Chinese downhill? Well, you go later on into the movie and it says, well, there are no rules in the Chinese downhill. So they're skiing and they're pushing each other and, you know, that kind of thing. And that's really important to a point of reflection as advising government agencies, which is if the law doesn't say it, when you're a private counsel, you tend to say, well, it doesn't say you can't do it, so you can do it. But when you advise government agencies, if the law says you can't do it, or the law is silent, you cannot do it. That should be the general takeaway. And I think that's what gets private counsel who advise government agencies for the first time in trouble. Is like, well, it doesn't say we can't do it. No, you probably actually need something to give you authority to do this. And so it's important to keep this in mind. And that's why you see me sometimes being a little bit of a stickler on some of the rules, because we need to kind of stick to the rules, because it's not anything goes on advising government agencies, because you get into trouble real quick. Next slide, please. Okay, we're going to go over the main statutes that I think apply to board meetings and board actions. That's the general laws applicable to all boards and commissions found at 5 GCA chapter 43. And then we're going to talk a little bit about the Enabling Act, not so much the substantive provisions that we've been discussing, but just stuff what I think is relevant to holding meetings and what are the important duties to keep in mind. And then we're going to go over the open government law and the important things to keep in mind about the open government law. Okay, next slide, please. All right, general administrative laws. The important administrative law sections applicable to all boards and commissions, this is regardless of who they are. It comes out of 5 GCA chapter 43. And go ahead and go all down through all of them. 43101, and we're going to go over this in depth. Prohibition on actions and discussions concerning procurement. If you didn't realize, you guys should not vote on procurements. 43102, there's a two-year cooling off period for folks that were candidates to come back onto boards. Okay. There's 43103, multiple board representation. You can't be on more than one board at one time. And that's actually a problem that I was faced very recently in another agency. So
Is that within the government? You can't be on.
yeah,
Okay.
within the government. This is all administrative law.
Okay, got it.
Okay. 43106, cause for removal. If you didn't know it, if you have consecutive absences, there's cause in the statute. Doesn't mean that you're automatically removed. It's just that there's cause. Okay. 43120, no secret votes. 43121, attendance and participation is allowed virtually. Important for us. 43122, it's got to be live streamed, the meetings. 43202, you've got to rate the agency head, right? And then 43203, you've got to put the ratings actually out in the public so that the public can understand. Let's go through each one of these individually. I'm gonna stand up because sometimes I just hate sitting down when I'm talking. I did
See you bouncing back.
I did a trial virtually once and I had to stand up. It was crazy. And I'm very tactile and that kind of thing. So 43101, board members prohibited from procurement, notwithstanding any provision of law. Board members are prohibited from acting or participating in discussion on any matter in which they are a principal or have a financial interest in or acts as an agent for the vendor. Okay, It's not saying that if I know somebody there, I can't take action. You've got to be either a principal or have a financial interest or acts as an agent for the vendor, okay? Financial interest is actually defined in the ethics statute, right? And it includes ownership, it also includes directorships, okay? And it applies to certain of your relatives. So what does that mean, especially from the ethics standpoint? Well, you got to now have a duty to understand what conflicts you might have. You have to have some reasonable investigation to make sure you're not conflicted, right? And so 43101. Just remember, if there's a procurement, probably just try to stand down. Is a good general rule. If you're going to be voting on it, you need to have some. You need to be aware that you may or may not have a financial interest. Okay, take a step back. Everybody owns stock, right?
Yeah.
Okay. So let's say you guys have a bidder on, I don't know, IBM materials or something, and you own some IBM stock. Can you vote?
No.
I don't think that's enough ownership, right?
Okay, good.
Unless you've got 3 million shares, I don't 3 million shares of IBM. I would say if, to the extent you might have some control over it. Because you certainly can't affect anything that's happening. The idea is can you actually affect anything that's happening?
Okay.
So when in doubt, call the lawyer, but I would say there's a spectrum of risk associated with this, right? Okay, next slide, please. This one's a little bit of a doozy. It took me 3 times to read, okay? But the important stuff is here, underlined and bolded. No person who is a candidate for public office shall be eligible for appointment, right, to a commission if you were a member of a board of commission during the preceding 12 months. Think about that for a second, okay? I was on a board within the last 12 months. I ran for office, and now I guess I didn't win, but I want to be on a board again. Not allowed.
For at least 12 months.
For 2 years.
2 years, okay.
2 years.
Oh, right there, 2 years.
2 years.
Yeah.
Okay, but the key is you ran for office, but you were on a board previous to that within the last 12. So there's, it sounds like it's a heavy deal, but when you think about it, there's not a lot of guys that are, okay, I was on a board, now I'm running for office and I didn't win, and then trying to get back onto a board. There's a cooling off period on that, okay? Next slide. 43103, this one's simple enough. No person whose appointment requires legislative concurrence shall simultaneously serve on more than one board or commission. This one's funky, only if there's no legislative concurrence, right? Are there actual directors who or commissioners that don't have legislative concurrence? Anyone? Orange whip? GBB. Elected members, elected directors.
Guam education.
Yeah, if there's no concurrence, legislative concurrence, it's what's necessary. So you're also talking about the elected directors. Is it PUC or CUC?
Yeah.
I always get that one mixed up.
CCU.
CCU. Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. Again, legislative concurrence.
Okay.
That's where you can't have multiple. Okay, but I would say if you're on more than one board, you're crazy anyway. Let's go ahead and move on.
I agree, yeah, busy enough.
Okay, removal from office for absences. Unexcused absences, number 1. 3 consecutive regular meetings, number 2. And that's just a cause for removal. It's not an automatic removal. And who controls that? It's actually the members of the board. Okay. And usually with the way I've seen this handled, it's handled pretty, it's open and, there's no like, oh, we're trying to get rid of this guy. So let's use this thing, because, we want participation. And so the way I've seen this handled is like, man, if you don't show up the next one, we might have to ask you to get off the board. And that's the way it should be handled, right?
So we can't have 3 secret meetings and then. Ever now. It's just.
You can't even have
No, the good one. Oh, we don't want to talk about that. Next one.
Secret.
Here we go. Secret voting prohibited, vote required. No action, motion, or resolution of any board or commission may be taken in secret or by secret ballot.
There you go.
Okay, and then people don't realize this, but you have to vote. If you're here, you actually have to vote. Okay. All members present are required to vote on every action or resolution. That I didn't know. I mean, I don't think I've ever broken that, but I didn't know.
But I mean, it says unless they're excused for cause, so I
Oh,
imagine
right, right.
if there's a conflict of interest and you state
That's
that,
correct.
then the.
Yeah,
The
that's
ballot can
correct.
excuse. That's correct.
Okay. Any questions on that one? Next slide. This one's pretty straightforward. First of all, if you guys aren't doing it, you've actually got to submit a written request to participate virtually. And you got to send that to the executive director. No, to the chairperson. Okay, that's actually got to be attached to the minutes.
Well, what's interesting is how about during COVID when we couldn't meet.
So actually, there's an executive order in place currently that has allowed for
The
those
hybrid and
minutes to
stuff
be
like that.
waived, but. I mean, that executive order is impending to close at January 13 or so. So I think, thank you for mentioning that. Maybe moving forward, the process will be. If a member has any indication they're gonna join virtually. Just send your letters in and then we'll report it to comply with this statute.
Okay, participation counts towards a quorum, right? And then you're supposed to pass rules and regulations for this. I haven't seen too many, haven't seen any. And then executive sessions and due process hearings shall not be conducted via live video conference. Do we hold any due process hearings?
We have had executive sessions.
Well, we do, right? But we do, when it comes time to adjudicate some of these cases, that's gonna be a due process hearing. No video live stream.
So does that mean we need a quorum in person?
Yes,
After this come January, when this other law, you know.
yes,
Taken away,
that's correct.
this provision is taken away.
Unless.
Doesn't mean you can't live stream, it just says you can't conduct it
Okay.
virtually. Okay. Any questions on this one? No,
No, that's good.
next slide, please. All right, and this is the other part of it. All meetings shall be broadcast. Okay. You're supposed to have rules and regulations. And then. You're supposed to give the public, like, how are you supposed to go to the live stream? And we do.
The link.
Directions, yeah, we already
sure.
did that, right?
Okay, next. All right. For after the first 6 months, you're supposed to rate Jesse. Everybody give him a thumbs down. And then after 12 months, you rate the executive director, okay, and annually. It's got to be documented. We'll go to the next one, please. Oh, excuse me, go back up. Reasons for retaining. That's got to be part of the evaluation. Okay, accomplishments and reasons for retaining. Next down. All right, and then it's got to be published. Now, this one is kind of hinky because it almost sounds like you got to put the actual performance review in the papers. I'm not sure I read it that way. But it says and posted on the website. Okay, I think that's the important part. I think you probably get away with a link to. Like here's the public notice, the executive director's been rated, it's available here. Here's the hybrid. Okay,
But is it detailed or is it like the average or, you know, what's?
It's detailed, so everything that you were presented with and all the scores, we publish that all.
Okay,
government through transparency, right?
Yeah.
Okay,
I've just never seen anything like that before.
Yeah,
The paper, or anything, I never see it.
I mean, it's a mandate, but you're right, I don't know much of any other board that complies with
No, I've
that
never seen.
statute.
I've never seen it.
I know they do,
Except for Guru, I've seen Guru do it.
and the port,
Oh, okay.
and the port, okay? It's in here later, we'll go over it, but what you can't do is discuss performance reviews in executive session.
Okay.
It's gotta be open, okay? Next slide. All right, standards of conduct. This is the ethics standards, right? This is what we always talk about. For GCA chapter 15. This is our enabling act. Okay, and what I've come at this in coming up with the training, what I'm focused in on is actual agency action that we need to talk about. Okay, next slide. Why do agencies exist? Woohoo! Exciting stuff, right? Next one, 3 distinct functions. It's an executive function to enforce the laws, rules, and regulations, quasi-legislative to make rules and regulations, and number 3, adjudicate violations of laws, rules, and regulations, right? As we go through the rest of this presentation, I'm going to ask you to keep these 3 in mind. Okay, let's hit that. So which ones are agency action? They all are. They all are agency action, right? And this is in fact what we do. We're supposed to be enforcing the ethics standards. We're supposed to be making rules and regulations as on this, right? On the operation of the commission and that kind of thing. Adjudicative violations of law, rules, and regulations. These are the actual cases, right? What's interesting here is that these number 2 and number 3 are sort of blended for the commission. Anybody understand why? It's because you're hearing cases and now you're establishing baseline for conduct. Right? You're establishing precedent. That's not necessarily adjudicative because you've already adjudicated. So you're actually doing a quasi legislative role in that sense. Now we have precedents on baseline. Okay. Next. And oh, by the way, every agency does this. If you look at like the EPA, you know, they go at it sort of ad hoc on what regulation means over time. And what's crazy, the Supreme Court has said it. Oh, the interpretation can change with the agency. So that's very interesting as well, right? It's a living, breathing law. It's not fixed. Okay. Preliminary administrative provisions that we should go through. Exhaustion of administrative remedies. This is a famous case which said that every remedy available to you, every cause of action available to you, you must adjudicate. Okay. This exhaustion of administrative remedies is for enforcement of regulations and adjudication of violations. Okay. The reason why this is important is simple. Let's say that we have a case and it's adjudicated, and now there's found to be a violation of the ethics standards. That person has a right after that to appeal that decision. Right?
Haven't gotten to it yet.
You can't appeal the decision until you've exhausted that remedy. So you can't just skip over the ethics commission, go to the court and say, I didn't do anything wrong. That's the idea of why this needs to be an action, right? Okay. Now, board action is also to establish the official record. So that we know what's actually what the agency has done to affect government. Okay. And those are documented through public records. What's interesting is that people, unless you're one of the nerd lawyers, open government law, the agency action, and the Freedom of Information Act, they all actually run together at the same time. Okay, because the whole purpose is to create records for action, right? So you do that where? In a meeting, right? Under your enabling act. See how that all kind of is put together? All right, next slide, please. I'm going real fast. So if you guys have any questions, just stop me, please. All right. Oh, back up. The specific statutes in the enabling act, I'm going to go over real quick. Commission's duties, procedures for accepting complaints, investigations, adjudicating violations. No authority for a disciplinary action, okay? We also need to, remember what I said about if it's not in the rules, you can't do it. Well, this one, there's an actual rule that says only the CSC can do it. Private counsel might say, well, that doesn't mean we can't do it. That's not how it's read under the administrative principles, right? 15407, we'll go over some of the executive director's duties, okay? Next slide. All right. These are the specific duties in the statute. Again, we're carving out exactly where we're supposed to be and what we need to do as a board. Prescribed financial disclosures requirement. This has to be by regulation as well. Okay. One 15208 gives what needs to be disclosed for financial disclosures. And that is actually one of your duties is to figure out what that entails. Right?
And who has to do a financial disclosure as well, right?
Yeah, well, public officers and you know, government employees. Right?
If a person can execute or obligate funds on behalf of the government, they're obligated to prepare a financial disclosure. So this is where it kind of intermingles with the Guam Election Commission, because they're typically the body that reaches out and aligns them. They develop the form with input by the Ethics Commission, but then once they collect it, they transmit that to our office.
A quick aside on this, because I think it's a fascinating loophole. If you look at the Ethics Commission statute, excuse me, Election Commission statute, when it calls for financial disclosures, there's two provisions. Okay, one provision applies arguably to everyone. But there's another provision that applies specifically to board members. So the rules of construction for legal, legal construction of statutes says, oh, if it's not here, but it's here, that means this doesn't apply. Everybody get that? You have A and you have B. And A doesn't directly mention this class of people, but B does. So the conclusion is that A is completely inapplicable, but B applies. Okay. Now, if you look at the Election Commission statute, A is simple enough, but it doesn't include all board members. It includes public officers and employees. Okay. There's a specific provision in the Election Commission statute, so that's financial disclosures. There's a specific provision in the Election Commission statute that talks about conflicts of interest. Okay. And it says, well, if you have a conflict of interest defined as such and such, then you've got to make a disclosure, but only as to the conflict, not a full-blown financial disclosure. You know what's interesting about that? It doesn't have a definition for boards and commissions. So I don't know what to tell you. And I actually went back 30 years in the law to research what each one did. And there used to be a definition, but when they amended the statute, they took that definition out. And then they amended it a second time, and it still was not included. So that means the legislature specifically decided, the way lawyers think, that these people aren't included. Okay, so directors don't have financial disclosures under the Election Commission law, and they don't have conflicts of interest disclosures under the Election Commission law. But under the Ethics Commission law,
You do.
if you have a conflict of interest, you actually now have to disclose it. So you get back sort of into the same situation, but through a different law. Interesting, right? Anyway, what are the other duties? Render advisory opinions. Something we've been talking about. Initiate, receive, and consider charges, right, for alleged violations. Another one of your duties. These are, remember, these are board actions. Okay, next slide. Other duties, may subpoena witnesses, administer oaths, and take testimony. Requires an action. Okay? Require the production for examination of any books, records, papers, or electronic records. This is what lawyers call discovery. Right? By formal resolution supported by a vote of 5 or more members of the commission, define the nature and scope of its inquiry for each one of these cases. Keep that in mind at all times. If you guys are taking action, you need to count to 5. It's like the Supreme Court of the United States. How do you win a case in the Supreme Court of the United States? You gotta count to 5. Okay, same thing here. How do we adjudicate on cases? How do we take board actions? Is always gonna need to be a vote of 5. Okay, next. Commission may from time to time make an amend and appeal, amend and repeal rules and regulations, okay, to bring into effect the enabling act. Something that we've worked on. Subsection 6. You'll see that in our complaint packages, we always ask, did this occur within the last 3 years? Why? Remember, administrative law, right, requires you to take action. You can only take action if it's in the last 3 years.
5 years, 3 years.
3 years. What's interesting about this is that if, for instance, in the statute, it talks about if there's a conflict, then there can be a recoupment for 2 years. What's an open question is that 2 years before or after this 3 years?
We haven't come to that yet.
It kind of makes no sense if you only have 2 years to recover, but 3 years to find a conflict. So I think it comes after. I haven't got to that question, but
Yeah.
I'm sure we will at some point. Okay, next. Commission shall make
Now,
its.
Scott,
Yeah.
sorry, go back to that. Now, some of these things that you can't answer, for instance, or you want to, is that the kind of stuff that we should be bringing to legislature though, when they were asking about the law and what's going on, and saying like, hey, if you have anything.
These
Then
are
I'll
told
just-
us to come to them.
Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. Anything that makes your, running the board more reasonable, efficient, right? More consistent with the purpose of the commission.
Yeah.
Absolutely bring those things. And most especially if there's like a question on whether or not this applies or that applies, right?
And we have, I mean, if you recall, there was interpretation by the OAG that the commission itself couldn't retain its own legal counsel. And so, through board resolution, we presented that to the legislature saying the commission seeking that adjustment or that amendment in code, and they provided that, so that's
Yeah.
why Joe's here today.
Yeah, but what I'm saying is, as far as with Joe sharing this, it's like, I don't know if it might be fixed. Is that something we want to serve on?
I see.
So,
As your lawyer, I would say, yeah, absolutely. If there's a question, send it over. And give a recommendation and a policy recommendation why you want to go one way or the other.
okay, Joe? That's you, Jess.
You and Joe.
You, Joe?
And again, it's gonna need 5 votes. Next slide, please. 15401, oh, sorry. Here we go. Sort of the same thing.
Yeah.
Here we go. This is what I wanted to talk about. The decision is based on a preponderance of the evidence. Okay. This is the, I want to, not the lowest, but it's almost the lowest standard of proof. It's just 50% plus whatever tips the scale a little bit. That's what we call preponderance, just a little bit more than the other side, whatever that is. Lawyers will call it a scintilla or a modicum, right? Of evidence. But it's just enough to tip it. Those decisions must be in writing and signed by 5 or more members of the commission. And deliberations are closed to the public. This is what we've always been doing, right? Closing our stuff to the public. Now, finally, another duty is to publish summaries of decisions, advisory opinions, informal advisory opinions. Of course, redacting to keep the names of people out. And, there's many reasons why that's a good idea. One of them, of course, is that if you have an employee, they have civil service rights. And usually those things aren't handled in public until there's an appeal at the Civil Service Commission. So this is consistent with that law. Okay, any questions? I know I'm going really fast. Next, please. Procedure, again. When there's cause for filing of criminal charges, it needs to be referred to the Attorney General. That's actually a duty now. Okay. Shall refer. Shall refer. Subsection B. If it's a former employee, you can vote to out them.
Like publish their name.
Yeah. Right here. With respect to former employees, the commission may, with the consent of 5 or more members of the commission, issue a public statement of its findings and conclusions. And the Attorney General still has that authority to sue on that. Okay. C. If it's non-criminal, the agency is supposed to remand it, the commission is supposed to remand it, remand means send it back to the agency where the guy's employed, so they can take action if they need to. What's crazy about this, and Jesse and I have talked about this, is that you only have 90 days from a violation of when you knew or should have known of a violation of the rules or whatever that get you in trouble for the agency to take action against you. This process probably takes more than 90 days. So
Something could change.
that's interesting, right?
Is that a recommendation for change?
I think you want a little bit more, I think, well, the CSC will want a little bit more teeth behind some of this, right?
And we probably want to be able to have instances where we can say that fell within that parameter, right? Of not meeting the 90-day rule that an agency couldn't take action, for example, following our decision. So I think it's premature to try to suggest we change something if we don't have anything to go off of.
I mean, we could have a working group, I mean, just off the top of my head, even just including language that might say an exemption clause for cases adjudicated by the Ethics Commission to those timelines. So that might be language, obviously, that we'll have the lawyers look at, and then the commissioners can decide, is that a recommendation we want to petition the legislature to consider as a full-fledged bill?
Then this is not an unimportant idea, and let me tell you why. Here comes a complaint. Can we say anything about it? No. So we can't even give the agency a heads up. Oh, you're on day 65. You've got 25 days to take action. And he took $2 million. Right? We don't, that should swing sort of our decision in the other direction like that. But we're not there. Okay, we're not there. Again, it's all about whether you can or can't make the referral and under what conditions. And we're always going to need a vote of 5. Okay. Next slide. Any questions on that? Great question on that, by the way. Great discussion. All right, procedure. Still going on procedure. Nope. Here we go. Last one. Oh, no, we did this. Yeah. Okay. Oh, I hear this is when I talk about the 90-day rule.
Yeah.
Okay, this is on your slides. So when you get a copy of it, you'll be able to see it, right? 90-day rule. Management shall give employees and classified. This is under the CSC statute. Notice in the statement of charges within 90 days.
Is that 90 days from when somebody complains?
90 days from when you knew or should have known. Right?
Okay. I mean, we set up for us to do with someone complains. Because how else would we know?
Well, the agency though. Yeah,
Oh.
knew or should have known.
Okay.
Right? Now, let's play with the facts. I'm the financial controller. I haven't missed a day for the last 20 years. One day somebody finds out that there's $18 million missing.
That's illegal. Not unethical.
Right, but I stopped doing it. I don't know, 10 years ago,
Yeah,
right?
yeah.
90 days to bring that out. I stopped doing it 2.5 years ago. Still jurisdiction with the commission. But no more jurisdiction at the, so, okay, knew or should have known is. That's always gonna be litigated on the facts. That one, you'll never have just a legal sort of discussion. Next slide. All right. This is what I was talking about. In addition to any other powers the CSC has. Or the disciplinary authority. Appropriate agency involved may reprimand, put on probation. This is kind of a throwaway. But it goes to show you one thing. The agency can do it, but it's silent on the ethics commission. Can you guys do disciplinary action? No. You don't want that. Okay, next. All right. This is just some of the duties, right? You shall review and approve a fiscal year budget. Simple enough, check. Okay. You need to appoint an executive director. The executive director administers the laws of the chapter, right? And all the commission's policies, ensures that everything is in accordance with the procedures, right? It all rests on Jesse. Manage the daily operations of the commission. That's what the executive director does. We know that for sure. Be the ex officio secretary for the commission. You're not allowed to vote, Jesse. Right? You got to keep the minutes. Okay. And keep the records of all proceedings. Right? These again, just reinforcing sort of how the duties work, right? For our actions. Again, it's all predicated on whether the action is lawful. Next slide. Open government law. This is always a fun topic. This is what makes administrative action official, right? This is what makes it official for boards and commissions is because it's before the public in an agency setting, right? Where there's a meeting that's been published, etc. We're going to go through that here in a second. Next slide. This is the actual policy in the statute. The legislature declares it is the policy of this territory that the formation of public policy and decisions is public. And shall not be conducted in secret. The people of Guam do not yield their individual rights to the public agencies which serve them. The people in delegating authority do not give their public servants the right to decide what is good for the people to know and what is not good for them to know. The people insist on remaining informed so that they may retain control over the instruments they have created. What is this telling us? Open and transparent governance, right? That's why we have an interesting one because a bunch of our stuff is not to be made public, but we still have to take action, right? So we had to find out we had to figure out how we're going to do this to make it official. But still preserve the confidentiality. That's why you see case numbers talked about, right? Without names. I was in a board meeting yesterday and similar situation, right? 2 case numbers, no names. Okay, so you guys are unique, but not so unique that other boards don't do the same thing. Next. Important open government law provisions. These are them. We're going to go over each one of these. You can go scroll through them. Okay. That's fine. Next slide. I love this. Okay. Start at the end. This is why this is important. And it's important not just for you folks operating your own meetings, but you never know. You might be called to discuss or think about open government meetings, right? All right. Open Government Law, Section 8115, penalties in court jurisdiction. Each member of a public agency who attends a meeting of a public agency where action is in violation of any provisions of this chapter, with knowledge of the fact that the meeting is in violation thereof, is guilty of a misdemeanor. Okay. Again, You gotta be a member. You gotta attend the meeting. You took action. You knew that the action was a violation of the statute. 4 elements. Misdemeanor. Okay, simple enough. 2 directors happen to meet. Not a board meeting. But they start to discuss and deliberate. Criminal or not criminal?
Does the 2 members constitute a quorum?
No. Wrong. There's attempt, there's conspiracy, there's these other things that are short of the actual, they call it inchoate crimes, right? So it's short of the actual completion of the act, but it's still criminal. Okay,
Cause you know what, at the governor's office, when we first started, we didn't have any staff yet. I was trying to figure it all out, and they said it's okay if we talk to each other one-on-one.
But it wasn't about cases.
Well, we were just creating a commission,
Yeah.
like figuring it all out.
la, 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 la.
We didn't do it, but it was just like they were just trying to find out.
Go ahead, so you know, I love it, this is the law school, this is the law school program.
The good ones,
No, but that's what
I
we were
was
told.
trying to find out.
That's what it is.
That's complicity.
CSE.
I'm gonna reserve my right.
Not about, then we could talk about cases, but we could talk about, creating. the-
But, and then it was allowed that you and one other person could go to the governor, but it could be more than 2.
Yeah.
To, to like.
I think that's bad advice,
Okay.
Okay.
Oh, well.
but you know what they say about lawyers, right? Where we go, okay.
No, yes.
Yeah, this is what I'm talking about, guilt established by complicity. Person is guilty of an offense if with intention to promote, assist the commission of the offense, induces or aids another person to commit the offense. There it is, right, that's guilt by complicity. Criminal facilitation. A person is guilty of criminal facilitation when, knowing that the other person intends to engage in conduct which in fact constitutes crime, he knowingly furnishes substantial assistance. Is actually a conspiracy statute. But they call it criminal facilitation. In other words, hey, why don't you guys go talk over there in my room? Okay, that's facilitation. Criminal liability for acts of another. This one was really important and it came up in the Blue House case, actually. And this is how they swept in folks that weren't police officers.
Oh, that Korean.
Yeah. And what they were talking is liability for acts of another, because only certain people could fall under the statute. And not other people, because they weren't named as a category of persons that the law is trying to regulate, right? Well,
Police officers there.
this one says criminal liability for acts of another. In prosecution in which criminal liability of the defendant is based upon conduct of another person, it's no defense that the offense can be committed only by a particular cast of persons. Okay, so that gives you liability for other people's acts. All right, here's the one that's really a shocker, folks. This is called the extended statute of limitations for government people. Okay. Notwithstanding that misdemeanors are 1 year and felonies are 3 years. A prosecution may be commenced against a public officer or employee acting in complicity with such public officer or employee for any offense based on the misconduct by such public officer or employee, blah, 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 blah. Within 3 years or thereafter of separation from service. In other words, you could have committed something 20 years ago, and then you retire, and they prosecute you.
For 3 years,
For 3 years from your date of separation. Okay, there's some interesting hypotheticals that the lawyers go through. Well, I started out as janitor. Right, and I worked my way up, and when I was janitor, I stole some toilet paper. Okay, eventually I became director, right, and then I retired. Does that still apply? We don't know. There's an argument, because there's no separation of service, right? Anyway,
Just so we know that it's 3 years from the date of separation that the statute of limitations runs. Not 3 years from usually it's 3 years from the completion of the conduct. Right? So the last act starts today, 3 years further. Under this rule, I didn't retire until 10 years later. 3 years after that. Any questions? Okay. All right. Open meetings. Every meeting the agency shall be open and public. Except for executive sessions and other meetings authorized by law. No board, commission, or public officer of the government may prevent or deny any recording. Somebody shows up, says, I don't like what you're saying, I'm recording you now. Can we stop them? No, but we can actually tell them, please go over here and do it on the side.
Be quiet.
Yeah, and please don't disrupt.
Yeah.
But you can't stop them from recording, okay? And then this is the same statute, right? Broadcast via video, the meetings. Okay,
Is
next
that
slide.
something new since
Broadcasting? Yes,
broadcasting? It is, right?
yes, this is the
Before
code.
you could just have an open meeting and anybody who wants to come can come. But now we have to also broadcast.
Yeah, I think that's the COVID,
Yeah.
right? All right, next. Meeting needs the in a prior life, when I actually prosecuted this. It probably took me a year to understand this, believe it or not. Just because it seems so simple, but it's not. What is a meeting? It's the convening of a governing body. For which a quorum is required in order to make a decision or deliberate towards a decision on any matter. Meeting does not include any on-site inspection. This is what trips up the lawyers, or why there's lawyers who go one way or the other. For which a quorum is required. It's not a meeting unless there's a quorum. No, that's not the way you should read this. It's just saying that if a quorum is required, right? Convening of a governing body of a public agency for which a quorum is required, for which it is required, not that it's required for there to be a meeting. In other words, it's stating the obvious, which is, yeah, of course you need a quorum because that's what the agency is supposed to have when it has open government meetings. Action means a collective decision made by a majority of the members of a public agency, a collective commitment or promise of the majority, right? Or an actual vote. Okay. What is this telling us? That means you can take action, and this is why you don't need a quorum to have a meeting. Look at this language here. Made by majority, a collective commitment or promise of the members of a public agency to make a positive or negative decision. Doesn't talk about any meetings, but it does talk about, or an actual vote. Remember what we were talking about, how if it's silent here, but it's saying something here, it's not supposed to be included in the same thought? That operates here. This is telling you that you can actually do an action, albeit illegal, without having a meeting.
How does the law weigh on work sessions? So imagine if there is a policy issue, this commission wants to put a work group together. There's no mandate on how many folks need to appear, but they want to form that policy before it's presented to the full commission. How is that allowed for them to come together in a work session?
I guess the best answer is, when in doubt, it has to be open government. Okay. Work sessions, I hear they happen at GWA, GPA. Yeah. At GBB, the committees get together and one or more directors may be at these committees. And then recently, it's no secret, GBB's membership meetings are not public.
They were before.
They weren't before. Okay, so. Your question is, well, how about these policy making things?
They're just recommendations. They're not voting on anything, right? It would just be like coming up with
Well, I'm gonna say that's deliberation
Oh, I
towards,
see.
or a discussion towards, right?
Yeah.
In other words, the short answer is, my advice, again, right? The rules say, or the rules don't say, the rules don't say. First of all, you'll never see working session here. You'll never see it in the statute. It's not in the statute. It's something that somebody came up with to try to make it sound like, oh, it's not really an open government meeting, it's a working session. That's not the way
What
this,
you were saying earlier about if it's government, it doesn't say it, you can't do it.
can't do it.
Okay.
That's the best answer.
Yeah.
Right?
So if we, it's a working session or whatever, not only does it have to be open government, it has to be streamed too.
Yeah,
And the difference.
and announced in an agenda. If you're gonna do board business, even if it's just discussing
Anything.
anything, even if you're not gonna take a vote. I would say advertise that, put it on an agenda, invite the public, live stream it, have open debate, but announce beforehand. We're not voting,
Just working on it.
we're just thinking about it, right? And then don't take any votes. But that doesn't mean that the lobbying can't be done. It's just gotta be in public, right? It's like some board members want to go one way on this, some board members want to go the other way on that. I think what gets in people's craw is that, how did they come to that decision? They never talked about it.
Yeah, just like on the agenda, we vote.
Yeah,
Right?
oh, hey, wow, okay, good, we're gonna do it. We're gonna do what? You never talked about it.
Yeah.
All in favor, say aye.
True.
Well, but I think of like our cases, we don't, that's closed, right? We were discussing the names or what the situations were, the events, whatever. That's not out there.
That's provided. to be
But that's
closed.
specifically in our statute to be confidential.
That's provided to be closed already.
That's specific to our situation.
I don't mind. I think I would much prefer we just announce it, so.
Yeah. Yeah.
Even
see,
if, even
I
if you
agree.
decided to take action,
I
at
would
least
not be
the
ashamed of it.
public was
Yeah.
good to notice that the commission was.
Yeah,
Especially if we're talking about ethics, right?
right. I mean, I'll have an issue with.
Let's have a spirited debate in public.
Yeah, no, it's okay. I
This
just-
group is all about debate. You guys debate each other so hard.
No, we don't.
Okay.
It's like that. No, we don't. Yes, we do.
Any questions? Because this one's kind of loaded. What's interesting is that when it, and I'm not gonna go into it too much, but in the executive session section of the open government law, it doesn't prohibit taking actions. It only prohibits voting. In other words, you probably can deliberate and discuss. That's another lecture altogether, right? And why would you have executive session? Oh, we're gonna get sued. Let's talk about this, right? You just don't want to talk about it in public because you don't know what facts are good or what facts are bad. Anyway,
But there are definite rules about what can be talked about in executive.
oh, absolutely.
Yeah.
Absolutely. There's rules to even getting into executive session.
Yeah, okay.
One of them is I've got to actually sign an affidavit saying we only discussed what was said on the agenda.
Okay.
So I'm on the hook for that one, if we ever go to executive session.
That's what we're talking
Yeah, this is what we're talking about. And this is the one I focus in on. No chance meeting, informal assemblage, or electronic communication shall be used to decide or deliberate public business. Or electronic communication. The case law that you'll find is they talk about something that they call it seriatim communications. Seriatim communications. That's one of those SAT words that's why my SAT score wasn't as good as my wife's.
She knew it.
But it means serial communications.
Oh, so it could be like a WhatsApp group.
Correct.
Yeah.
I said something, you said something back. I'm glad you mentioned that because I always tell boards and commissions that I work with, guess what? Your WhatsApp? Public record.
It's encrypted. Come on. No.
Be very careful what you put into your phone
I know.
because it is in fact public record. And not so much locally, but federally, you delete an
They
illegal
still get
message.
it.
Guess what that is? Obstruction.
Yeah. But they still got a way to figure out how to get those. I know, I see them.
So be careful, only put When I talk about this to board commission members, I say, it's a spectrum of risk, right? Obviously, nobody's gonna say, well, are we meeting Tuesday? Oh, violation. No, I just want to know we're meeting, right?
That's all we do, that's what I'm saying.
But if you're sitting there going, you know what, I really don't like this, and I don't care what Jesse says, and this and that.
Hey, did you see this in the news?
Yeah, what do you think? We should investigate this. That's the kind of stuff, please stay away from.
Yes.
I need to go to Jesse, where's this meeting, what time is the meeting at again, or where's that Zoom meeting?
You know what's interesting is that it's not just in Guam. I'm on the US Commission on Civil Rights. And the folks there from the USCCR, they're actually policing us.
There was a whole session at Coble Conference
Yes.
that talked about WhatsApp
They
messages.
just came. from-
Almost WhatsApp, almost exclusively WhatsApp messages and freedom of information.
Yeah,
So,
you get it.
it was a whole session. I'm like, yeah, okay, noted.
Got it.
Unless, what is it? Is the one that disappears, is that Viber or what's
Oh,
that?
yeah.
No, even WhatsApp has that now, where a
Disappearing
message
messages.
will delete after, I don't know how long, or a photo even, that kind of stuff, but trust me, there's ways to recover.
Everything.
Yes,
There's
there
ways to recover.
Yes, there
There's no.
Ask Elon Musk.
Okay, next one. Okay, notices must contain agenda of matters to be discussed at respective meeting. Agenda items must be in sufficient detail to put the public on notice as to what is to be discussed. Why is this important? Okay. This case here was an infamous case back in 2015, where the Board of Allied Health Examiners was actually had a disciplinary case against this veterinarian. And they published the meeting. Here's the meeting. Here's the agenda. I think the agenda said something like further proceedings.
Not talking just.
Well, he doesn't show up, or he shows up and he doesn't realize, I forget the exact facts. But they end up debarring him. By vote. Okay. He argues to the trial courts. No reasonable notice. Trial court says, you're high as a kite. It says right there, there's your case number. Goes to the Supreme Court. Supreme Court says, the hell is he supposed to?
How does he know?
How does he know what that is all about? Because look at the agenda. It didn't tell him that he was going to be prosecuted that day. So that's why reasonable notice of what's to be transacted must be in the agenda. In other words, a vote on this case number will be taken. Okay, that's the kind of reasonable notice. A confidential hearings to decide on this case number. That must be in the agenda. You guys are hearing this, right?
They're the ones that make the notice.
We put review and approve, yeah.
Any questions? Because this one trips people up. There's been other board meetings, not here, where, here comes an important item. Never makes it to the agenda. Now it becomes part of the business. This goes on for a couple of years. Guess what? Void from the beginning. Bad.
One just says new business. Doesn't know.
See, that's what people want to do. Well, can't we just say new business? No, you can only talk about it, but you shouldn't vote. You can put new business. Yeah, put new business all you want. Be as vague as you want. Just don't take any action. That's what that's why I talk about risk. If it's an important action, please have public debate, put it on the agenda, and then vote. Yeah, it's gonna take another 2 meetings. It's gonna take another 2 meetings, but that can stop you from doing what you're supposed to do to make the action legal. Okay, I think I've blown this, I've hammered this one enough. Any other questions? Well, okay, next. Oh, here we go. Gotta be at the website. I put the website. If you guys haven't visited this website, it's a great website.
Yeah.
I think it's been.
Okay, next. Adjournments. This is just telling us there's 2 types of adjournments. One for proceedings at the board, right? These regular meetings, and one for also hearings. So the due process hearings can be adjourned. Okay, and the secret here is you've got to put notice on the door. Right, that there's an adjournment and when you're coming back. The rule I've seen that makes, because you see there's no timelines here, it just says within 24 hours that you've got to put on notice on here. The rule that I've heard that makes the most sense, and this is the folks at the port do this, is they'll adjourn as long as it's within 5 days. Why? Anybody? Orange whip? Because normal notice is 5 days anyway.
Oh.
So you could have just noticed it. But instead you did a tricky thing. You put it on the door, right? I noticed you start to choke when we talked about.
Yeah, I
this.
noticed it, yes. I was thinking about all those meetings, you know. From other agencies.
I don't know if you heard that one, Jess, but on these adjournments, there's no rule about how long you can adjourn for. It just says you have to post notice within 24 hours at the door.
Yeah.
But the best rule I've heard is you can adjourn for 5 days or less. And the reason is, that makes sense, is because you can always publish a new notice in the paper for a special meeting, right? So if it's 4 days, I would say you're safe. If it's 5 days, I think, it doesn't say you can't do it, but that's one of those rules.
When people like say they take a recess and then they come back, have a meeting, is that?
Sure.
That's this.
Yeah.
Okay.
The recess has got a different meaning technically, right? We're just gonna talk about adjournments. They don't talk about recess in the statute.
Right.
Okay. Next. Executive sessions is what we were talking about, right? Threat to public health or safety, that's one reason. To consider appointment, employment, or dismissal of a public officer or employee. You can do that in executive session, right? Or to hear complaints about charges. But you can't talk about salary. Cannot talk about salary in executive session. It's so interesting how many boards and commissions forget about this one. Okay, and remember, was it CCU? It was CCU where they actually start to decide on salaries and, yeah, that's this. Okay. And void, right? Void. So now that's why people were supposed to pay that back. A public agency may exclude from any and all public or private meeting during the examination of witnesses. Any or all of the witnesses. In other words, we can sequester witnesses if we're going into executive session, right? But you can't exclude a party. Because a party has a right to confrontation. Okay. This, by the way, is not what we do when we close the doors. The reason why this is not what we do is because executive session is for litigation that the commission is getting into. We're being sued by them. We're thinking of suing them. We're hearing of potential for litigation from here. It's not what you do as a business, so that's not executive session. You understand the distinction?
Yes. And in fact, when we publish it as closed proceedings, and we cite the statute we're claiming,
Oh,
not,
thanks.
right, not executive session.
People will say there's, it's a distinction without a difference. Maybe. I think to run it like this, but to call it part of our procedure is the safest answer. Next.
It's a good point.
That's too small.
All right, it's very small. What does this say? Oh, this is just the proceedings. This is what I was talking about. You gotta vote in open session to go in executive session, right? It's gotta carry. You close everything up. No one is there except for the commission members, the lawyer, the executive director, and the court reporter, right? And the only thing you're allowed to discuss is what we talked about in statute, which is litigation, maybe some disciplinary action. There's charges against an employee. The one I didn't put in here is that's in the statute, but is a little bit boring, is PERMA. Anybody know what PERMA is? Public Employee Management Relations Act. In other words, labor. Labor can be an executive session. Okay. Transcripts got to be made verbatim. And when it's all done, the lawyer signs an affidavit that says, all we did was talk about litigation and pending litigation. Okay. Under no circumstances shall a public agency vote. Remember what I was talking about? Action, vote, deliberation, promise or commitment to vote one way or the other. This only talks about vote, so only voting is prohibited. Makes sense, right? Because you still need to deliberate if there's legal risk. Okay,
So we vote in open session.
correct.
That's what we've been doing.
You vote in open session on actions,
Right.
right? But you can deliberate in our confidential setting and in our executive sessions, you can deliberate and discuss. Okay, you just have to come out to the light of day and say, we talked about it, we're making the referral. We talked about it, we're proceeding. We talked about it, we're dismissing. Okay? Any questions on this? All right.
So
Next.
it's just, we just make a motion to move into closed proceedings. We take a vote. And then, if the motion carries, then we move.
Then you move into the closed proceedings.
Right.
And then you do your deliberating, whatever.
Then we go back.
And then you say, okay, we're gonna go back. Anybody else? Okay. You know, and I've seen this done different ways. When I do this, I actually go under the statute. Statute says this, everybody's here. Statute says this, there's the court reporter. The only one else in the room is me and the executive director. I make a record to make sure that everybody knows that the executive session is under law.
It's all written.
It's all written down, it's all here, it's on the record. When I've seen executive sessions done by other folks, it's not as, I make sure that we put the record together, okay?
So whenever it goes to court, you can say.
Yeah, exactly. Thanks, Todd. You have a great weekend.
Oh, we'll see you tomorrow maybe, right? Oh, no, he's having another night.
But Joe, for the court transcriber, is that just regarding cases of litigation?
No, it's the entire litigation, the entire executive.
So even if they're going, say, to discuss labor or personnel matters, you would need to hire a court.
That's correct. That's correct.
It's just recorded.
Can't just record it. There has to be a because there has to be a transcript,
I see.
right? Now, the court reporter isn't there doing this. They're actually recording, but they're making a transcript. And if you've been to any depositions lately, you know, you'll see that they don't sit there and do this.
Not anymore.
No. Some do, but it's not, it's more as an aid, not as a final record. All right, why am I bringing this up? However, this is a very important case. Okay. And it stands for the proposition that all existing privileges or confidential records or other information protected under the law shall not be average. So what I'm trying to say here is this. The open government law has a procedure by which everything is sealed in executive session for 6 months. Okay, including litigation, PERMA, disciplinary actions, right? That kind of thing. That there's a procedure in the open government law itself to keep that sealed. DFS knew that there was a secret meeting or alleged a secret meeting at the airport, right? And they wanted the transcripts for that. And it had been long past 6 months. Give me the transcripts. Supreme Court said, wait a minute. You guys, first of all, you guys are still in litigation. Now you're gonna find out what the government's strategy is. That we can't allow that. And then they pointed to this provision. This is what I'm saying, how the records, the public open government law, the law of the agency itself, and the Sunshine Act, the FOIA law, they all come together because what the Supreme Court said is that really what we're talking about is public records. Remember, that's what I was saying in the beginning. Really what we're doing is making a record. So what they said is really what we're talking about public records. And oh, by the way, in the Sunshine Act, you always shorthand FOIA. You know, there's no freedom of information in the text of the statute, but we always talk about
For how long?
for the Sunshine Act. Yeah. It's crazy, right? All existing privileges remain protected under the FOIA law. In other words, your communications with your lawyer, it'll always be protected. Always be protected. Okay, but what the legislature has said, you can't protect settlements. So eventually that will come out. But the fact that the settlement will come out, but not how you got there. Not the communicate. You know, the thing is that the law wants the client and the lawyer to have open and free and candid, right, discussions. And if they're worried about what it's going to look like in public, then everybody's going to be sitting there. Am I doing this in my best interest? Or am I doing this in the best interest of the agency? Right? And if I know I could get sued for what I say in executive session, maybe I won't talk about that. Privileged. Everybody get this one? The open government law says that executive sessions become open. But if it's something that's actually privileged from the beginning, then it's not necessarily going to be open. Okay? This is really just litigation.
They let them see it or not?
No.
Did not.
Nope. This is really litigation. This is really litigation. For our purposes. It's one of the traditional privileges. Okay. Any other questions? No? All right, next. This just says that the minutes got to be open to public inspection. Next. There's two voidings. Any action taken at a meeting in violation of any section of this chapter shall be void and of no effect. Pretty wide open. Okay. But it doesn't apply to debt. Any action. Next. If the agency failed to comply with the public notice of agenda, it's void. So this is a codification of the Joel Joseph case. People will say, oh, this only happened in September of 2021. Yeah, but Joel Joseph is
Still working.
that's not 2015, right? So not only that, the way you think you should think about it is, yeah, that was always the law. It's just that it was pronounced at this point in time. Okay. But the long and the short of it is, if you're not put on reasonable notice of what is going to be discussed, what business is going to transpire, if there's no reasonable notice, it's void. Any questions? That's why the agenda is so important. Okay, next. Here I go over charges, right, must be signed by 5, giving them opportunity to explain. The commission shall investigate all charges on a confidential basis, right? This is what we're talking about. This is why we go into the confidential setting. And I think we cite to 15401 in the notice, right?
Yes.
Yeah. Okay, and then. Oh, guilty of a misdemeanor.
If you disclose.
If you disclose.
Oh, okay.
So my advice on something like this is, I would rather be called to the carpet for being too confidential. Because once the toothpaste is out of the tube, how you gonna fix that?
Yeah.
Right? So when in doubt, confidentiality. Somebody complains, look at the statute again. We'll cross that bridge when we get there, but it's always better to say, no, I'm not gonna take that leap, than to take that leap and there's no bottom. Okay. Any questions on this one?
Yeah.
All right, next. All right,
It's just some blurbs.
They can read it, because we're gonna get those.
yes, yeah. This is just saying that there's nothing as a dumb question.
Okay.
No such thing. Any questions? And it doesn't even have to be like what I brought up, anything that about running commissions or any of these technical questions, yeah.
Okay, so earlier you were talking about, you know, how the election commission gets those financial disclosure things? And now they give those to us. There's always been this question, Maria is the one who brought it up with us, but you know, that. They just collect them, put them on file. Nothing, nobody goes over them to see if they're true. Or if there's any problem, if there's any conflicts, nobody reviews this. And she was like, you guys might want to do that sometime. And I was like, well, that's another responsibility for us. I mean, I don't know, nobody's looking at those at all. I mean, if the media came in and said, I want to see those files, they could do it, I suppose, but I don't know. What do you think about that? I've always wondered about like.
It's hard to discern, but I think. Sure, reviewing to ensure compliance might be a valid position of the commission. So, for example, the reporting mandates that not just the appointed authority, but even their spouse and underage children, their assets are reported. So if you knowingly are married and did not report your spouse's assets, then that is a clear violation that the commission could pursue.
Or if the spouse was a member of some business that they're making decisions about.
Sure.
Right?
Yeah,
This is my spin on it. Everybody knows what a CTR is?
Currency transaction report.
What is it?
Currency transaction report
What is it for?
for declaration of currency transactions, 10,000 or over.
Oh, okay.
Right. That gets filed with the IRS. The IRS doesn't go and say, oh, he came in with it, and you know, they don't do that. What they do is they say, okay. We're gonna put a placeholder here. Next thing they know is like, oh, these other things went on in another criminal investigation and blah, 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 right? Was there a currency transaction report filed? No, there wasn't, but there was for this. It's more of a placeholder on information than it is for something that's actionable. I think what's actionable on your part is, okay, here's the senators. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15 senators and 12 disclosures. Now you want to do something about that, right? Where are the other 3 disclosures? Okay.
And not do anything about investigating.
Well, I mean, I would have some pro forma checks. It's all about risk, right?
Yeah,
They want to see that you're policing this activity. It's in the statute.
yeah, nobody else
Right?
is looking at it.
So at least go through and say, yeah, we got 15, we got 15. Good enough. Nobody's complaining. All right. Maybe you get a little hint on something, go back and then look at it. Oh, wow, it was disclosed. Okay.
Okay.
The thing that's interesting again are when there's no disclosure and action is taken. That's the one where I would say, okay, now there's a there, right?
What action is taken, maybe?
Well, let's say that I'm a director and I don't disclose my financial interest. And I knew that I had a financial interest, right?
Yeah.
And let me go through the checks. Election commission laws are vague,
Yeah,
right? That doesn't apply. But the ethics commission says I actually have to disclose it on the record and abstain. That's when sort of you go back to whether there was a disclosure or not at that. Okay.
Joe and I will vet that. I think after this meeting, we'll try to carve out a proposal for how the commission might want to be presented with that information. And then maybe we can set a standard calendar that if we know the reports are due, say, April, then when does the commission get a report? And that could be from the team. Here are all the public officials that are due to file, and here are the reports were received, and then here are how many requesting extensions, or here are how many. And then we'll go from there.
Any other questions? Again, it doesn't have to be what I presented on running boards or anything like that. You know, and then some of the stuff we talked about is pretty straightforward, right? Raise your hand. Count on the record. 6 votes, right? Whatever it is. We have a quorum, everyone's here. Dr. Jack's here, Ryan Jack's here, Chair.
They are.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, that kind of.
I get it. What you're saying is we just need to be. Everything needs to be on the record.
On the record.
Not just, we don't seeing each other talking about stuff. We know what the answers are, but you're saying we need to say it.
Say it on the
So it's
record.
written down.
So it's on the record, yeah.
And so, Madam Chair, like one of the simple adjustments that we could make, just to state for the record. When we are called to order and we do roll call of members, I can do the roll, I can call names and then you just simply state here. Rather than waiting for the next person. To say
Okay.
here.
Yeah, that's faster.
And then you can say these people are present.
Yes,
These people are
with,
absent.
let's say 4 out of 6 members present, you have a quorum. And we'll proceed.
I mean, you know, we grew up here, right? So everybody doesn't want to be Mohawk. So they don't really want to say
Some of us
anything.
haven't been on boards before, so this is good stuff for us to,
Good.
you know, we've just been like slowly figuring it out with the past couple of years.
I never thought I'd be advising boards.
You did,
No,
And
and
we appreciate it.
I've been on plenty of boards, but never a government board.
yeah.
This is very different.
Most of the people on our board have never worked for the government.
Yeah,
I've
that's for
only
sure.
worked That has.
Yeah.
Never from the legislature, back there, so.
Oh,
Fun.
no other questions?
No, thanks, Joe, and
I hope that was helpful.
Very much.
very much, and it's refreshing, so it's not in my voice to hear all the time.
You know, I do have some questions of discussion, whatever.
Yeah.
But, you know, we're doing this kind of thing, because it's like the cases that we've heard so far. And that was one of the whole things, is like some of the cases we just we don't have jurisdiction over, for instance. But, do we have that like written down? I just don't remember this. Do we have that written down somewhere to what we hear and what we don't hear? There's
Yes, yes, and it's in fact on the complaint form, so they would, the complainant will review. What are the matters of jurisdiction, and they would indicate what they believe applies.
They asked them
To the
specifically, is this, or
Yeah.
this?
But if you're looking for like an annual report, we do produce an annual report. And within it, I'm sure we're going to articulate that of this number of cases total file. The commission found this percent that was a jurisdiction matter. And this percent that wasn't, and of those that weren't, we can emphasize. What were the most commonly filed complaints that weren't a jurisdiction matter? And leave that to the policymakers to decide, okay, did you want to make that a matter of jurisdiction or leave it alone? But you know, we're just gonna present that information to you, do with it.
A lot of them were to do with. customer service.
Yeah, I mean,
Yeah.
customer service is a big one too.
That's the ethical, treat your customer like shit. I'll sit over there.
But you know what, it is in their code of conduct for employees and their personnel
Yeah.
handbook. It's just not in our code as a matter that you could adjudicate.
Yeah.
So, okay, and then same thing with the ones that we have made judgment on or decisions on, those will also be, you know, of the 7, how many under each category? Yes. Okay.
It's for the fiscal or the calendar.
That hasn't been determined, it just tells us annual report, so. I mean, technically, we started the cases in March, we could be made to produce this report in April, so that we had full calendar year. Because there are a lot of things that happen at the end of the year anyway, so not much gets produced in that spring period, we could make that our annual publication period.
Right.
So on a final note, before we adjourn, I just want to share, so one of the few things that we did last year. We're not gonna get a chance to do it today, is the strategic planning. So what goals you might wanna set for the future for the calendar year 23. We can set the meeting in January.
Okay.
And I'll prepare the commissioners, what were our goals last year again? And what was accomplished? And then that might set the stage for that. I think in addition to that, along with the goals, we did adopt a few policies, if you recall, in the very beginning of the term. Policies surrounding the executive director selection, election of officers, even procurement policy. So I think we decided early on, we'd have some kind of period for a review. And that way, you know, if those policies still are relevant or things you want to modify to the policy to be a little more current, and then we can show that that was reviewed and re-adopted, right, at a later period. So it's been 2 years, so be expecting that we're probably gonna review at least the 3 policies I mentioned, plus whatever else we can dig up. And then per our commission policy on election of officers, January is gonna be a term. So that might be published on the agenda as well, selection of officers for the commission. And so election of officers, executive director evaluation, review of policies, strategic goals.
All that.
So
And
how,
I think Ruben's anniversary too is on January, his 1-year evaluation's up. in January.
You're gonna do that.
There's something else, just a minute. Let me go back to my brain in a minute.
She's not jet lag.
I'm still on jet lag duty. No, oh, I know, something I asked. We should have 7 commissioners though, yeah. I
Yes,
mean, isn't it smart to have an odd number anyways for voting if there's ever a tie, blah, blah, blah?
sure.
So we should, do we, is that something we ask the governor to assign
They've
or
asked
select
us,
or
yeah.
ask us to find? Some.
Yeah, find somebody and suggest it to them and they'll.
Okay,
Right.
okay, that could be part of strategic then, I guess.
Absolutely, and you know, I know that Commissioner Meg and Commissioner Chris will have their packets transmitted in the future.
To be reconfirmed.
Yes, and for Jack was just confirmed. And they're voting right now, and he made it on the voting file, so I think-
Voting right now?
Yeah, so I believe Dr. Jackson's firm, but that would be the 2. And then if we can identify the 7th member, then we can vet that member through the appointment process and get them on the floor. So total of 3 members.
So then my next question is, how many times can you be on the board? 2 sessions, 2 terms?
Yes, yeah,
Okay.
we're, I think the only board with a term limit.
Oh, yeah.
And
Okay.
we're the only board with a prohibition of any government service or have any family government service.
Okay, and each term is a 2-year term? No.
4. So
Only
the first term was just.
Well, no, I mean, I was 4-year term, I was 4 year, but I was, that was part
No,
of
what I'm saying, we've all been sitting on the board for 4 years. Or just about 4 years now.
No, I 4 years, but what I'm saying is, yeah, no, it was 4 years, but when in the original, it was like. Some people pick 2-year terms, some 3 years and some
Yeah.
4 years, I took 4, I picked a 4-year,
Right,
but I think you only had a
Me and
2-year,
Marilyn
but
were
then you.
too.
But then you
So-
guys read,
so that initial term was just so that there is a break in service, so not everyone expires at the same time.
that's what I'm thinking. So
But the reappointment for every commissioner who passed that 1 year, 2 year is for a full 4-year term.
got it.
And everyone thereafter is gonna be 4 years.
Okay, we're not done, right? We still need to do those proceedings. Are we gonna set that aside?
You can set it aside, because these cases weren't announced on the action under old business. These are the cases that you could set aside for the next meeting.
Okay, there's 4 of them.
If you'd like to go into closed proceedings, we can.
Well, we only know
No, you
10
can't
people.
anymore.
Oh,
No, yeah,
Yeah, 4.
right.
oh, that's right.
Yeah, we know now.
Okay,
But we can make a motion to table. Item number 6. right,
Yes.
On the agenda.
Yes.
Or-
Yeah.
Yeah.
Wanna do it?
What, wait. You're gonna do an action?
To not to go into closed proceeding,
Just leave it alone, bring it back.
just leave it alone. bring
Oh,
it back.
You can't do an action if you don't have enough votes.
That's true.
Oh, okay.
No, we have a
have
meeting
four.
forum, we just don't have enough to go into
Don't have five.
closed proceeding.
Okay.
We have a meeting.
Does it, okay, so it doesn't matter, you just leave it on the agenda.
Just leave it on the, you never got to it.
Yeah, okay,
That doesn't require any action. It's just-
Okay.
that's
So
an
then,
inaction.
so then when we publish the next meeting agenda,
We just had
You have to make sure it's there.
we just have to add it, we just have to keep it on the agenda.
got it.
Okay, all right, fair enough.
So go ahead and. Make a motion to close.
Go ahead, any more announcements?
Anything else?
Going with the agenda?
Just Merry Christmas, everyone.
Merry Christmas,
It's
everyone.
been quite a year. We've done great. I'm really proud of our team.
It's been a good year.
We didn't really get to hear you two report about, but we did.
Do
talk
it
about it
January.
last. Yeah.
We're doing January for the
Strategic.
I guess, whatever, but.
I'm gonna
Yeah.
forget all about the trip, I can't.
I know.
I do, it's on the app.
I have notes, yeah, that's exactly.
You really?
Yeah, it's, I mean, I think the biggest thing is, one of the things I was just surprised with, number one, how many attorneys there were. Number two, how much they loved this whole thing, and
So much
yeah.
energy.
oh, so much, it's like they.
Sauce.
Yeah. And then number three was, how many, I mean, we're ethics for the entire Guam, but like most places like, ethics of just,
The
San
legislature.
Francisco's, transportation agency.
Oh,
just
really?
this, whatever, or
We
the-
didn't have a-
and then there's like the FOIA stuff and the election stuff, and then there's, it's just-
Specialties.
It was scale,
Yeah.
right? So Honolulu
Yeah.
had their own, Honolulu has their own ethics
Just
commission,
Honolulu.
and then the national, the state, there's a state level ethics commission, I guess.
Yeah.
Or,
just the
what
whole,
happened?
yeah, just how,
yeah, so it's scale, right? Like
Yeah.
burgers.
Yeah.
yeah, it was kind of, it was like.
Well, I mean, once we have the court has their own, the legislature got some, so we're.
And then a lot of, I know that a lot of ethics commission also, or, yeah, ethics commissions also deal with like campaign finance stuff that
Yeah,
the election commission here kind of.
and it takes care of, but.
Yeah,
But we.
lobbying, that kind of stuff, right? So there, that's our report.
All right.
Thanks. Cool. Looking forward to St. Louis, Missouri,
Or.
2023.
Right, Kansas City. Yeah.
Kansas, oh, I'm sorry, Kansas City.
Yeah.
You'll be
Kansas City,
nearby.
not St. Louis.
Good barbecue.
Yeah, that's what, that's their.
It was cute, they showed the video of like where the, conferences. I mean, if you don't get, the meeting, you're booked from all day long, by the end of the day, you're burned out, but it's at least there, so it's in the winter. Yeah, but it's in the winter and then when it's
20
cold,
degrees.
so you don't want to go anywhere, so it's like boom, boom, boom,
Yeah.
And like I said, and it's like any kind of conference. It's not that it's, well, there's a lot of good information, but it's not really what happens there, it's the people that you meet. And the contacts and what you learn from them and
All
to
the
become
lunches,
into the
dinners,
island, yeah.
that you're having with them.
Yeah, it's just, it's the relationships that we
Networking.
learn from each other. Oh, yeah.
But it was pretty fluid too, right? So the
Yeah.
analysts were real quick with their information dump, and then they're like, hey, what about you guys in,
Come get everyone talking.
Nevada, right?
Yeah.
Or
Lot
what about
of
you guys
like,
in
interaction and
Hawaii,
stuff like
right?
that, yeah.
And a lot of people in the audience, right, were real, open to stand up and say, yeah, well, we're dealing with this and that, and
Yeah.
how we're working remotely. How do we go into the office and let people investigate records, right? And there's only one of us. There has to be always two of us, but we can't get two of us there. How do we do that? How do we print documents that people require, it's printed
Yeah.
and delivered, right? Those means a lot of really.
A lot of education.
Oh, a lot of education.
Yeah.
That's great.
So
Yeah.
now you know who to call in case you. need to know.
Absolutely. And if you come up
Vince,
with,
call Vince.
if you come up with some policy suggestions or changes that you felt another jurisdiction, that the way that you want to incorporate your,
That makes sense for us.
yeah, reach out so that we can kind of prepare that. And then present it to the. full-
Yeah, and I mean, for me, I listened to a lot, I went to a lot of the things regarding, like education and rehabilitation, and I mean, I have to look at the things that I attended.
Yeah.
The names of them,
So when you have time.
because if there's others, I went
Write it all
into
down.
some and I was like, what the heck am I doing in this in this session,
Yeah.
right? And I went to something else, but I just know one was, bits of it was a lot of,
Yeah.
a lot of detailed stuff, different cases throughout the different country, throughout the country, whatever, and it's just like, shoot, shoot, shoot. Like, okay, I'm gonna go to another session. Yeah.
So if you could share your notes, because statutorily, since we use government funds for the travel. We'll need to file a trip report with the legislature,
Okay,
so I would like to prepare that. It
What
just needs
session
to be
you went
one
to?
for both of you.
After action report.
yeah, okay.
So what, what you got after the conference, the key things that you learned. And then I can package that and file it with the speaker's office to show compliance. But that's it.
Okay, thank you very much. for
No,
that after action.
you're put together and.
Oh, we only need one.
I know, but you.
Well, let's be action here.
I can't wait till you guys get to the point because, when you see something that's unethical, you're like, oh, yeah. You know it and you see it. But there's gonna be a point where there's gonna be two competing mandates.
And that's the
Right,
part we get you.
And that's where I think you guys are gonna have some real exciting times as well. Under this rule, they're supposed to do this, but this rule, they're supposed to do that. Here they are caught in the middle.
Yeah.
And how, okay, now we get to write a nice advisory opinion on how to deal with this.
Yeah.
And that's why I'm saying the numbers, we were gonna need a sevens,
Yes. We think, yes, sleep on it.
So all we need to do is it's gonna be somebody who is not in the government of Guam,
Yes.
or their spouse, or their
Yes.
kids, right?
Yes.
Immediate family,
immediate family.
and anything else? Yes, they're ethical people.
Probably what, a priest?
Basically a priest.
Wait a minute.
That's
Um,
not good.
I'm
Okay.
done. How about
Or
none?
none, yeah, we're talking Catholic here.
I can see your guys' disciplinary, you know what, 20 Hail Marys?
I think the vice chair's still on the line. Vice chair, did you have anything further before the commission adjourns?
She's on mute.
Yeah, she's.
Sorry, I was on mute. No, that was a lot of information. Thank you so much, attorney.
Thanks for sticking
you're
with
welcome.
us. Yeah.
Yes, of course.
So I think just a motion to adjourn. Sure.
Anybody want to make a motion?
Motion to adjourn? Or
I
07?
Second?
Who second? I think Marilyn just seconded.
That was
Yeah.
me.
Okay, that was you.
Everybody agree? We have to say our names.
Yay.
Okay, the meeting is adjourned. It's now 4:07 PM.
Thank you.
All right.
Thanks, you
Thanks,
guys.
everybody.
Merry Christmas.
Thank
Bye.
you.
Merry Christmas.
See you tomorrow.
Yes.
I'll get off,